Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a delightful afternoon to all of you. My name is Chandani Sehgal, and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to be your host for the day. BW Business World, along with BW Security World team, is thrilled to welcome you to the inaugural edition of BW Security World inaugural edition launch here today. We have gathered to celebrate the launch of our security magazine and to dwell into insightful decisions on the global impact and future of the security industry. To give you a sneak peek into the world of BW Security World, may I request the BW team to play the community audio-visual presentation now. So humble request to all of you, kindly place your eyes onto the LED screen in front of you, as we would now be playing a very special AV exclusively for our venerated guest here today. What an impressive video was that. Can we have a round of applause for BW Security? Thank you. The prestigious BW Security World inaugural edition launch brings together the fraternity of the security sector and the stalwarts of the industry, providing a global platform for engaging discussions on critical matters to celebrate the industry's innovation, tackle pressing challenges, and uncover solutions in these transformative times. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of Exchange for Media, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is entrenched in various verticals in both domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organizes conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourselves abreast of the developments, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are many exciting offers for the attendees of this event here today. Watch out for a special upcoming issue on personal finance, which hits the sands next week, and we will talk about inflation proofing your precious money as well as investments. I will now request the BW team to play the promotional video of the latest BW Business World issue featuring creativity, tech, and innovation in one. Can we please have the AV?
India has a lot of opportunities, not only because of the sheer size of the market, but because of the way digitalization has got democratized, creating a very strong foundation for creative and tech innovation. The India Stack has brought solutions closer to clients and enabled Indian talents to lead global innovations. For us at WBP, all this has led to unprecedented growth and has ensured that our people sitting in this market can build solutions for global clients at scale. Read about our story and how we build better futures for our people, planet, clients, and communities in this issue of BW Business World.
That was quite impressive, Indu. Indeed, can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you for your support. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwsecurityworld.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join the conversation and share their learnings from the day by using our hashtag BWSecurityWorldLaunch. I would now be requesting our BW team to show us today's event audiovisual. Can we please have the AV? Well, as you can see, it's going to be quite a mesmerizing evening ahead. So gear up, friends. Moving forward with today's proceedings, I would now like to thank our partners for their support. The dinner is hosted by G4S, our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fan Room, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com pitch. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this day filled with valuable insights and enriching lessons. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us kickstart this event on a note of positivity. So, before we begin, can we have a round of applause for the venerated guest here today with us? Those of you who have taken out time from your busy schedules to be part and parcel of today's event, can we have a round of applause for yourselves? Thank you. All right, then. Moving forward, we have a special dignitary that I would be requesting in here for the welcome address and opening remarks. So without further ado, मैं चाहूंगी जोर से भी ज्यादा जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से आप इनका स्वागत करें. Mr. Harsh Vardhan, CEO, BW Security World. Can we welcome Sir with a huge round of applause? And I would request Sir to enlighten you with his words of wisdom, of course, and kickstart this event on high energy and positivity. Welcome, Sir. Please come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for sparing the time and coming for this inaugural issue event. Okay. Anurag Batraji will be coming a little late, though he was the person who was to inaugurate this one. So he'll be joining after 15-20 minutes. But I must say that I have been insisting upon him for the last 2 years that you have more than 25 communities, but you don't have as the largest employer in the industry, maybe 1 million people, 10 million people in this industry, and now it is growing, This is becoming more complex, which I'm going to share In every field, there is a security required, right from electronics to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, etc. And we must have a magazine for that. Finally, we have now the first issue, inaugural issue, and we are happy that once we show it to you, present to you, you will see the very informative articles will be there, and which will be continue in the subsequent issues as well. So initially, I was given a topic to speak on 0 to 1. I started finding out the meaning of 0 to 1, the genesis of innovation. The journey from 0 to 1 signifies creation, creating something new and unique. When we embarked on this venture of having this magazine, we recognized some gaps in the market. It is not to say every time a subsequent thing will come, there will be always be an improvement. I'll put it this way, that there were gaps or less gaps. The landscape of business security is evolving rapidly, yet there was a conscious absence of a dedicated platform that could comprehensively address the challenges and opportunities in the critical field. Our vision is to create a publication that not only informs but also inspires and empowers its readers. In today's interconnected world, security is no longer a mere operational concern, but a strategic imperative. Business face unprecedented challenges from cyber threats and data breaches to physical security risks and regulatory compliances issues. Navigating these complexities require not just awareness, but deep, actionable insights. This is where Business World Security Magazine comes in. We envision a publication that would serve as the definitive guide for business leaders, security professionals, and policy makers, providing them with the knowledge and tools they need to protect their organization and drive sustainable growth. A word of gratitude. We are filled with gratitude for everyone who has been part of the venture. To our readers, advertisers, partners, and especially our dedicated team, thank you for your belief in our vision and your unwavering support. The launch is a significant milestone, but it is just the beginning. Our journey from 0 to 1 has set the foundation, but our aspiration extend far beyond. We are committed to continue growth, innovation, excellence, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of business, security, and providing unparalleled value to our readers. As we look into the future, we are excited about the possibilities that lie ahead. We will continue to evolve and adapt to the changing landscape, expanding our coverage and exploring new mediums to reach a wider audience. Every moment in business happens only once. As the renowned entrepreneur Peter Thiel once said, this occasion marks the beginning of a new chapter where we will explore uncharted territories and push the boundaries of what is possible. I have mentioned there will always be a gap. Gap may be small, large. As we interact, we find out the gaps and we try to fill in those ones. Our vision is to create platform that will not only inform our readers, but also inspires and empower them to navigate the complexities of business security and confidence with resilience. Once you get the magazine in your hand, you will see there is a very informative information available there. Sorry. Nowadays, years back, when I joined the security industry, it was only a physical security. We were not much worried about our mobiles, data. Even different nations can control the elections as well, as the complaints have been. Nowadays, cyber threats and data breaches are the most important things, I must say that, which we will have to gain knowledge about and to make it a complete security circle. In an increasingly digital world, cybersecurity has become a paramount concern for business of all sizes. We will explore the latest trends, best practices and innovative solutions to safeguard your data and protect your assets. This is in the form of information which you will be getting in your magazines, on a regular basis. In addition, VW Security will be organizing events as well, where the discussion and your knowledge sharing can be take place besides the networking. As I mentioned that we wanted to start this magazine, it required a lot of perseverance and passion to take out such kind of magazines, though there are magazines available in the market. Our mission is to provide our readers with in-depth analysis, practical solutions to the complex challenges they face in the realm of business security. We can use the word security everywhere. You can say that even water security, air security, name anything. Your mobiles are not secure. Uh, whichever area you may talk about, your houses are not secure, your fire takes place, security is not completely in terms of the building management system has not been done. All this will be achieved in creating a new magazine will be through your knowledge, through your experience, and through your insights. So we will be taking you as a team of experts and others to take out the magazines on a regular basis. Throughout our journey, we have faced the overcome numerous challenges, remaining steadfast in our commitment to staying ahead of curve and delivering valuable insights to our readers. That's going to happen. So security is a very large and complex subject, and it requires specialization. So all the larger issues will be taken into our magazines, and through our discussions, we will be uh, addressing them. Needless to say, any magazine should focus on the current trends, what is happening in India, what is happening in other parts of the world, and where we stand and what are the solutions to that. Yes, every day we hear about cyber attacks, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and we will have to find out the actionable strategies for that. We will have to recommend and suggest these strategies. Let me say all these three things will be achieved. That's the objective for bringing out this new magazine. Partnerships, engaging with the readers, and fostering a community which already they have 25 communities in the business world. And this will be the 26th. And I will say I can't say most important, but it's a widely because it's covered 10 million people and their issues. In terms of the number of security guards, I am referring to 10 million, but it concerns everyone, every individual, every citizen. So thank you very much for coming here, sparing your time. And I'm sure and confident that this magazine will serve a good platform for us to interact. And we will be doing various seminars and conferences whereby we can gain knowledge and share amongst ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was quite commendable indeed. And we are very excited to take this day forward. And our next speaker is going to enlighten us about a very important topic. Our keynote address is on the topic of our veterans securing our today. And to do the honors, I would be requesting the humble presence of our honorable guest now, Mr. Kunwar Vikram Singh, Chairman, CAPSI, to kindly join us here on stage. Can we welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you.
सबको नमस्कार। पहले तो मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा, अनुराग बत्रा जी नहीं है और उनके साथ मेरे ख्याल 3-4 साल तो हो गए थे कि एक मैगजीन शुरू की जाए। इंडस्ट्री बहुत बढ़ गई थी, चैलेंजेस बहुत बढ़ गए थे और सिक्योरिटी बहुत फोकस में आ गई थी, और इसकी जरूरत, इसकी आगे की ग्रोथ, इसके ऊपर गवर्नेंस बाय द गवर्नमेंट, आवर ओन इश्यूज, बहुत से इशू शुरू हो गए थे और हमारे पास कोई ढंग का मैगजीन नहीं था। आपको बताऊं कि ये कोई 15 या 20 साल पहले जसवीर वासु जी हमारे मित्र हैं, उन्होंने मैगजीन शुरू की थी सिक्योरिटी कंट्रोल। ही वाज द फर्स्ट वन टू स्टार्ट, और वो मैगजीन इतनी हिम्मत से चलाते थे, मैं उनका दाद देता था, अभी तुम कैसे कर लेते, क्योंकि उन दोनों में सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर लिखने के लिए कोई लोग ही नहीं थे। उन दोनों में फौज का कोई तल्लुकात नहीं था, पुलिस वाले कोई कोऑपरेट नहीं करते थे। आपको आर्टिकल कौन लिख के देगा? बार बार हम जाके सरदार जोगिंदर सिंह जी को पकड़ लेते, आप ये लिख दो जी, या सीपाल जी को बोल देते आप ही लिख दो जी। लोग ही नहीं थे इसके ऊपर लिखने वाले, और उनको बड़ी मुश्किल पड़ी ये मैगजीन को चलाने के लिए। अल्टीमेटली मैगजीन उनको बंद करनी पड़ी। उसके बाद आपके मेहता कर्नल मेहता ने काम शुरू किया इंडिया सिक्योर का, इंडिया सेफ, यस दैट्स राइट। उन्होंने बड़ी मेहनत की, क्वालिटी लाई अपनी मैगजीन के, और काफी मेहनत की उन्होंने, बहुत सी चीजें उन्होंने उसमें डाली और अच्छी मैगजीन चली, उसको काफी सपोर्ट भी मिला। लेकिन फिर भी जो लिखने वाले थे उनको कहीं ना कहीं विदेश से कोई ना कोई आदमी ऐसा ज्ञानी पकड़ना पड़ता था जो कुछ चीजों के ऊपर लिखे। हमारे पास तभी भी कोई लोग नहीं थे इसके ऊपर लिखने वाले, कॉपी करते थे फॉरेन मैगजीन्स की। उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी लिंक आपके पाठक जी ने शुरू किया, जो पहले प्रीतम मेहता के साथ ही काम करते थे, बड़ा अच्छा लिख रहे हैं, लेकिन काफी उनका भी बड़ा अच्छा काम होने लगा। सिक्योरिटी टुडे मैगजीन वो भी निकाली, जसवीर वासु जी के भाई ने अच्छा काम किया। लेकिन एक क्वालिटी मैगजीन जिसको हम समझते थे कि जैसे सिक्योरिटी मैनेजमेंट जो एसिस वाले चलाते थे, जो ज्ञान हमें वहां से मिलता था, सारा ज्ञान तो उस चीज से मिलता था हमें उन दिनों में, उनको पढ़ते थे तो उनके लिखने वाले इतने क्वालिफाइड लोग होते थे। हमारे पास उस वक्त क्वालिफिकेशन ही नहीं थी। लोग तो सीपीपी बहुत देर बाद बनने से हुए हैं, उन दिनों में तो लोग ही नहीं थे जो ऐसा कहेंगे, फौज के बेचारे आने शुरू हुए थे। लेकिन मैं बत्रा साहब के साथ लगातार संपर्क में रहा, इनको कहा कि आप करिए, हम आपको पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे, हमने की भी है, बार बार की है। और मैं तो बड़ा आज खुश हूं कि ये मैगजीन आज आपने शुरू कर ली है। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाई देता हूँ, आपकी तालीम जाता हूँ। आगे है जो मेरा आज का सब्जेक्ट है, और सब्जेक्ट है कि वेटरन्स ने जो हमारा टुमारो और टुडे है इसको सिक्योर किया है। ये तो टुमारो और टुडे तो दो शब्द हैं, लेकिन जो शुरुआत है वो तो येस्टरडे से शुरू हो गई थी। येस्टरडे से शुरू हम तो लगे हैं इस चीज के ऊपर। टुमारो टुडे है, टुमारो आएगा ही। शायद आपको बताऊं कि ये 70 की बात हो गई, आई थिंक इन 70s, जब देश में एक मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था जिसको नक्सल मूवमेंट बोलते थे। नक्सलवादियों का मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था, नक्सल मूवमेंट। उससे पहले सिक्योरिटी नाम की कोई चीज नहीं थी, वो लोग अपना अपना चौकीदार रखते, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड रखते जिनको जरूरत थी। आम लोग को उसकी इतनी जरूरत भी नहीं थी। लेकिन जब से नक्सल मूवमेंट शुरू हुई, एक तरफ तो बंगाल में शुरू हुई, उसके बाद एकदम पंजाब में आके शुरू हो गई। मैं तो फौज छोड़ के आ चुका था तब, लेकिन जिस ढंग से वो मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ और उस ढंग से उन्होंने जिस तरह से बिजनेसमैन को, मनी लैंडर्स को, बिग लैंडलॉर्ड्स को टारगेट शुरू किया, किलिंग शुरू हुई, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ पीपल वर किल्ड। मैं चंडीगढ़ में था, तो चंडीगढ़ में ये मूवमेंट काफी बढ़ चुकी थी, बड़ा उन दिनों में हालात खराब हो गए थे। तो कर्नल अजीत जज थे, ही वॉज द मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ कोका कोला, मेरे मित्र थे। उन्होंने कहा कि यार मेरे ऊपर हमला होने वाला है, काइंडली कैन बी ऑर्गेनाइज समथिंग टू डू समथिंग टू कैन प्रिवेंट ये लोग जो हैं नक्सली लोग जो हैं, ये इसके कोई हमला करने में धमकी दे चुके, उनकी बाहर हड़ताल चल रही है, तो अब उन्होंने हमला करना हमारे ऊपर। और मैंने कहा अभी तो कुछ करना चाहिए। कहते नहीं विक्रम, तुम कुछ बंदे इकट्ठे करो। ही वॉज वेरी आर्टिकुलेट, वंडरफुल, रिच फैमिली मैन। तो मैंने अपने कुछ फौजी इकट्ठे किए, फौजी इकट्ठे करके कोई 30-40, और वो मेरा जिंदगी का पहला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था। मैंने कहा देख करना साहब, आपकी फैक्ट्री को हम कुछ नहीं होने देंगे। वो पहली एंगेजमेंट थी वेटरन्स की, हर रैंक का वेटरन था उसके अंदर। अब उन्होंने हमले का सोच लिया नक्सलवादियों ने, और उसके बाद जिस ढंग से हमारी तैयारी, हमारी तो फौजी तैयारी थी, अब फौजी तैयारी के साथ जो हमने उनको हैंडल किया, उन्होंने जिंदगी में सोचा नहीं था कि ये अंदर से ऐसा, हम तो प्लान किया था ना, सबके सामने नहीं गए थे, कैसे जाना, अंदर फैक्ट्री के पहले पहुंच गए थे, अंदर पूरी तैयारी थी, पिस्टल वगैरह भी हमारे पास थे। और जब हम बाहर निकले, उन्होंने शोर मना किया, तो हमारे 7 लोगों ने एकदम अपने अपने पिस्टल निकाले और हवा में फायर किए। अब हवा में फायर करते, वो कभी उन्होंने सोचा ही ना था कि अंदर से फौजी निकलेंगे। और पंजाब के लोग तो सारे, मेरे अलावा सारे 6 फुट के लोग थे, और वो जो चार्ज हुआ, वो अपना तंबू उम्बू छोड़ के सारे भागे। वो साइड देखने वाला था, उन दिनों कोई मास मीडिया नहीं था, सोशल मीडिया नहीं था, फोटोग्राफर नहीं थे, मोबाइल फोन नहीं थे, बट इट वॉज ए अमेजिंग साइट टू सी दोज पीपल रनिंग वे, और हम लोग फायर करते जा रहे हैं। एंड दैट्स हाउ वी हैंडल द फर्स्ट वेटरन एंगेजमेंट टू सिक्योर कोका कोला इज द इंटरनेशनल कंपनी। अब हो गया, तब पुलिस वाले हमें मिलने आए। उन दिनों में ये नहीं कहते तुम्हें हवा में गोली क्यों चला दी, आप शादी में चला दोगे तो आपकी पूरी फैमिली अंदर हो जाती है। उस रोज जाके खुश हुए, कमाल कर दिया कप्तान साहब आप लोगों ने, ये कैसे सोच लिया, इतने फायर आपने किए कि सारे लोग भाग गए। तो उससे बड़ी इंकरेजमेंट मिली। वो अखबारों में खबर उन दिनों छपती नहीं थी, लेकिन वर्ड ऑफ माउथ से सबको पता लग गया कि अगर आपने सिक्योर करना है तो आप भैया विक्रम सिंह को मिल लीजिए, वो आपका करेगा। तो मैंने हजार सैकड़ों लोगों का काम किया पंजाब में, और यहां तक कि जो सरकार खुश हो गई। यानी जैल सिंह वाज द चीफ मिनिस्टर द टाइम, ही कॉल्ड मी, फोटोग्राफ खींचा भी, ये बड़ा बहादुर आदमी है, इसने नक्सलवादियों के साथ इसने बड़ा मुकाबला किया है। बट कहने की बात है कि वो शुरू होते होते जितनी इस देश में इवेंट हुई हैं, फौज के लोगों का इतना एंगेजमेंट हो जाना, आज आप कोई चीज देख लीजिए, कोई इवेंट देख लीजिए, किस ढंग से फौजियों को ये लोग एंगेज करते, और हम इस सेक्टर में कैसे प्रफुल्लित हो गए कि आज हम 1 करोड़ के करीब लोग हैं, और सारी की सारी कंपनियां बाय एंड लार्ज फौज के लोग चला रहे हैं, ऑल वेटरन्स। इस हॉल में काफी वेटरन्स बैठे हुए हैं, आपको पता कि आप किस ढंग से इसमें आए हो। मैं जितने भी ये कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं, हमारी तो कैप्सी की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, तो इसको मैं बोलता, ये तो हमारा एक पंजाबी में शब्द है रंडी रोना। तो हम वहां कैप्सी की मीटिंग में, कॉन्फ्रेंस में रंडी रोना करते थे जी, हम मारे गए जी, हमारा पीएफ कर दो जी, हमारा ये नहीं मिलता, वो नहीं मिलता, हर कॉन्फ्रेंस में रंडी रोना। तो एक बार फैसला किया यार, ये रंडी रोना बंद किया जाए, कुछ इसमें नॉलेज की भी बातें होनी चाहिए, ज्ञान भी आना चाहिए। तो कहते ज्ञान की क्या जरूरत है जी, सिंपल हम लोगों ने गार्ड लगाने हैं, ये कर देना, वो कर देना, बाकी लोग तो। लेकिन हमारे बड़े चैलेंजेस थे उस चीज में। हमें तो उस वक्त भाई साहब बड़ी खुशी हुई जब धीरे धीरे फौज के लोग इसमें आने लगे। एक तो फौज के लोग जो एजेंसी चला रहे थे वो तो चलाते थे, लेकिन जो न्यू ब्रीड ऑफ सिक्योरिटी लीडरशिप इसमें आने लगी, जो फौज में कर्नल, मेजर जनरल्स आने शुरू हो गए। हम इसे सच ए शिफ्ट। जो सबसे बड़ी कमी हमारे में थी कि कॉर्पोरेट के पास भी सिक्योरिटी के प्रोफेशनल नहीं थे, हमारे पास भी नहीं थे। और इन लोगों ने आके, जैसे आप लोग सब बैठे जहां पे, किस ढंग से आप फौज छोड़ के इसके अंदर आए हो, क्या आपका लार्जर रोल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बने कि आपने पूरे कॉर्पोरेट जगत को कैसे सिक्योर कर रखा है? हम तो क्लाइंट के पास मिलने जाते थे तो हमारा पहले ही कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो जाता था कि आपका तो बिल ठीक नहीं है जी, उसमें कटौती होने लगती थी, हम डिमोरलाइज होते थे, उनके साथ की प्रॉब्लम तो सॉल्व प्रॉब्लम कोई बता नहीं सकते थे, और उनको देखता भी जहां कहीं प्रॉब्लम होती थी, जहां गार्ड ने सलूट नहीं किया, जहां बैग नहीं उठाया, ये नॉर्मल चीजें होती थी। लेकिन अब जिस ढंग से आप लोग सिक्योरिटी की मैनेजमेंट में, बोर्ड में, सब जगह जाके आप जाके बातें करते हो, क्योंकि नाउ यू आर ऑल क्वालिफाइड पीपल। मजा आता है लिंक्डइन में मैं देखता है कि एक आदमी के सामने 6 से 7 क्वालिफिकेशंस लिखी हुई, कितने डिप्लोमा, कितने उन्होंने सर्टिफिकेशन ले रखा है, मन प्रसन्न हो जाता है। आप लोगों ने, वेटरन्स ने आके इसकी पूरी दिशा और पूरा फेस बदल दिया सिक्योरिटी का, और आपकी वजह से हमें बदलना पड़ रहा है। क्योंकि अब हम हमें बोलते हो, जो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी को बोलते हैं, हाँ भाई आप में ये कमी है, ऐसा कर दो, वैसा कर दो, वो चीजें हो रही हैं। कुछ ज्यादा चीजें तो बहुत बदल गई हैं। जो असली चीज आपने जो बदलनी है, वो है अनिल पुरी ऐसी कंपनी को अच्छे पैसे देना। वो अभी आपने शुरू नहीं किया है। जितनी प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसियां हैं वो यही रोती हैं जी, जी पैसे नहीं देते। पहले अच्छे भले आप पैसे देते थे, अब आपने कॉस्ट कटिंग शुरू कर दिया है। नया फिनोमेना आ गया है कि एक गार्ड के 500 रुपए देंगे जी, लेना लो नहीं तो जाओ। एम आई राइट? जो न्यू थिंग हम इसे, एक तो प्रोग्रेस करना है, आगे हम अच्छे रेट दोगे, हम आपके लिए सिक्योरिटी को ट्रेंड भी कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कमाल की बात है जी, आप 500 का गार्ड ले लो जी, ये क्या बात हुई? Now you people should also change your mindset. You should have the courage, conviction, and reason to tell your management कि how important it is. ये तो एक बात होगी। बाकी जो मैं महसूस करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में भी वेटरन्स का रोल रहेगा। आप तो देश की सरहद पे पहले करते रहे हो, आपने किया भी है, दुनिया की हर इवेंट को आपने मैनेज किया, आगे भी करोगे। लेकिन आगे के जितने चैलेंजेस हैं, वो मैं महसूस करता हूं कि उसके लिए आपकी जो न्यू जनरेशन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी मैनेजर्स है, वो बिल्कुल तैयार है। ग्रोथ आपका काफी हो रहा है इसके अंदर, उसी ढंग से चैलेंजेस भी आपके सामने आ रहे हैं। साइबर हमने कभी सोचा ही नहीं था, अब साइबर सिक्योरिटी इतना बड़ा चैलेंज हो गया, कुछ कहने की बात नहीं है। ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस नाम की चीज आ गई है, दिन रात उसी से डर लगने रहता है कि कौन आपकी फोटो डाल के आपका बयान बता देगा कि आप किसको गाली निकाल रहे हो, क्या कर रहे हो। यू नो इट्स सो स्केरी। जब तक आप किसी को कहोगे जी मैं ये वो नहीं हूं, तब तक तो डैमेज इज डन। आप ये प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, पहले खुश होते एआई आ रहा है, जब एआई आ गया साहब आप डर रहे हैं। ये वैसे डरने जैसे ड्रोन से डर रहे, पहले ला ड्रोन आ रहा है जी ये करेगा, आप ड्रोन से सब डरने लगे। ड्रोन की फौज बनने लगी है, लाखों ड्रोन उधर से उड़ेंगे, लाखों ड्रोन हमारे, अब ड्रोन्स की लड़ाई होने वाली है। ये कौन कौन सी चीजें आप लोग, सब लोग हैं जो क्रिएट करवा रहे हो, और उसके चैलेंजेस को भी आप ही करते हो। एक वो लिनार्डो विंसी नाम का बहुत बड़ा मशहूर आदमी होता था, दुनिया में मशहूर था, उसके ऊपर एक स्टोरी बनी थी। लिनार्डो विंसी आर्मामेंट का भी एक्सपर्ट था, शायद आपको पता हो, एटम बम उसकी वन ऑफ आई थिंक सो एक इन्वेंशन रही है। वर्ल्ड वॉर में वो एक तोप बनाता था, और वो तोप जर्मन्स को बेच देता था। और उसके बाद जब दूसरे को पता लगता था कि ऐसी तोप आ गई है, वो धीरे से उसी को जाके विंसी को मिलते, भाई तूने तोप बना दी, को हमारे लिए भी बना दे। वो उसका साला एंटी बना देता। दोनों तरफ से वो चीज बनाने लगा। तो यही माहौल मैं आज के दिन देख रहा हूं। जो कंपनीज हैं जो ड्रोन की बना रही हैं, साइबर की बना रही हैं, एआई की बना रही हैं, जो आपके लिए बड़ी से बड़ी मुसीबत पैदा करने वाली, ये सारे चैलेंजेस सिक्योरिटी के आने वाले हैं। लेकिन मैं जानता हूं, क्योंकि आप सब लोग वेटरन्स हैं, फौजी हो, आप हर कंडीशन में हर चीज को मैनेज करने की क्षमता रखते हो, तो आप हर चीज को मैनेज भी कर रहे हो, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से मैनेज हो रहा है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। तो जो भविष्य आपका कल का, जो वेटरन्स का जो कल का है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपका रोल जिस ढंग से बने रहेगा, देश सिक्योर रहेगा, और आगे आपको और तरह की भी चीजें मिलती रहेंगी। आज से कोई 7-8 दिन पहले आई गॉट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लिसन टू जनरल अनिल चौहान, जो इज अ CDS। हमारे एक मित्र हैं जनरल शौकीन चौहान, उनकी एक किताब उन्होंने नेपाल के ऊपर लिखी है, उसका कोई इनॉग्रेशन था, तो US में उन्होंने बुलाया था भी आप भी आ जाना उसके ऊपर, तो मैं वहां पे चला गया। अब चले गए तो 11 बजे उनका टाइम मुझे दे रखा था, भी 11 बजे ये इनॉग्रेशन शुरू हो जाएगा। तो मैं वहां पे 11 पौने 11 करीब पहुंच गया। जब पौने 11 वहां पहुंचा तो USA में हॉल के सामने कोई भी आदमी नहीं खड़ा था। मैंने कहा ये क्या हो गया, मैं गलत जगह तो नहीं गया, USA तो यही है, तो बंदा कोई नहीं दिखा रहा। नहीं तो फंक्शन से पहले तो सब लोग बाहर खड़े होते हैं, और तो 11 बजे तो शुरू होना था। अब मैं बड़ा घबराऊं, कोई नहीं देखा ही, 100 जनरल शौकीन बुक्स वहां पड़ी हुई हैं। फिर मुझे लगा कि ये तो इनॉग्रेशन हो गया, शायद मैं ही 11 बजे, हो सकता 10 बजे हुआ हो। तो एक सफारी टाइप का आदमी, फौजी टाइप का, वहां खड़ा था। तो मैंने सोचा इसे पूछूं या ना पूछूं। मैं पूछा नहीं, दरवाजे के पास खड़ा था। मैंने धीरे से दरवाजा खोला हॉल का, तो हॉल वॉज टोटल फुल। उस हॉल में सारे लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल्स, मेजर जनरल्स, कमोडोर, एयर मार्शल सारे बैठे। तो मैं कहा यार कमाल हो गया, मैं साला कहाँ आ गया, इसमें सीट कहीं दिखाई भी ना दे। पहले तो इतने बड़े फौजी देख के, जनरल फलर देख के तो वैसे ही फूक निकल जाती है, मैं कहाँ पहुंच गया हूं भाई, where I've reached, and all of them। अब बड़ी किसी सज्जन ने हमें देख लिया, तो खीर में जाके उसने मुझे सेकंड रो पे जाके बैठा दिया। और जाते पहले कोई व्यक्ति बोल रहा था, उनके DG बोल रहे थे। उसके बाद जनरल साहब ने बोलना शुरू किया, और उन्होंने सारा अपना भाषण, ज्वाइंटनेस और थिएटर कमांड, वो जो चीजें हम अखबारों में पढ़ते हैं भी, इसको किस लिए रखा गया, CDS कैसे बनाया गया था। जिंदगी में एक सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ साथियों, कि उस जनरल को उसकी जो डॉक्ट्रिन है, जो उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, जो उसका टास्क है एज ए CDS, उसको सुनने का मौका मिला। और 1 घंटे की उनकी प्रेजेंटेशन थी, तो अमेजिंग थिंग, एब्सोल्युटली। अब वो भाषण करते, चारों तरफ देखते, और देखते देखते उनकी नजर साली मेरे पे टिक जाती है, और मैं क्या बार बार मुझे को देख लेते हैं। फिर पता लगा कि ये फौजी लोग तो सारे अंदर आते अपनी पूरी टोपी उतार देते हैं। मैं ही टोपी वाला बैठा हुआ, जिसने टोपी नहीं अपनी उतारी हुई थी, तो देख साला ये कौन बैठा हुआ भाई। तो बड़ा आनंद आया। तो अपने भाषण में उन्होंने अग्निवीर का मेंशन किया, और बड़ी बात की अग्निवीर के बारे में, क्या होने जा रहा, क्या नहीं हो रहा। ये भी एक आपके पास एक विषय है जिसमें आपके इतने लाख लोगों ने अब आपके साथ सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर ज्वाइन करना है, उसकी तैयारी कैप्सी ने MHA के साथ मिलकर हमारी पूरी हो चुकी है। आपको बताऊं, RRU के साथ मिलकर हम जो अग्निवीर के आएंगे लोग, उसको क्या पढ़ाना, क्या करना, कौन सा रैंक देना, उसके पे होगा, ये हमारी सारी पूरी तैयारी हो चुकी है। और उनको फिर स्पेशलाइज सेक्टर में कैसे ट्रेन करेंगे, एविएशन में कैसे करेंगे, ट्रांसपोर्ट में कैसे करेंगे, होटल इंडस्ट्री के कैसे करेंगे, हॉस्पिटल में कैसे जुड़ी, तो आपको एक न्यू ब्रीड ऑफ मिलेगी। अग्निवीर ऐसे एज ए असिस्टेंट सिक्योरिटी मैनेजर्स और किचन सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर या सुपरवाइजर, ये हम पूरी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो भाषण जो उन्होंने दिया, उसके बाद जब टी ब्रेक हुआ, तो मैं जनरल साहब को जाके कहा कि आपके भाषण का मैं एक हिस्सा हूँ जी, अग्निवीर वाला। ही वॉज सो हैप्पी। मैं कि इतने लोगों को हम तैयारी कर लिए, सेड माय गॉड वी मस्ट बी टीचर। वही तो पता ही नहीं इस बात का, मैं जो MHA कर रही है पता नहीं क्यों लेकिन है तो सब्जेक्ट आप ही का, बट वी वर्किंग ऑन इट। तो फिर भी आपको बताऊं, जैसे जो वेटरन्स का बात यस्टरडे हो गई, प्रेजेंट हो गई, जो टुमारो में जिसमें अग्निवीर ने बहुत बड़ा एक रोल देना है। ये पॉलिटिकल इशू बना हुआ है, लेकिन ये सरकार ने अब फैसला कर लिया। आगे सरकार आएगी, उसको क्या चेंज करेगी, क्या नहीं करेगी, उसमें नहीं मैं जाना चाहता हूं। लेकिन जो कुछ हो रहा है उसकी तैयारी के लिए हम सब एकदम पहले आए कि इतने लोगों को अगर हमें मिल जाएंगे, कुछ सेक्टर में अभी भी बहुत जरूरत है कि आपके जो मिडिल लेवल की मैनेजमेंट में, वो हम वहां कहीं ना कहीं कमजोर हैं, उसको स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा। तो वो स्ट्रेंथन करने के पास जो न्यू ब्रीड ऑफ लीडरशिप आ रही है आपके पास, कितने लोग आ जाएंगे आपके अग्निवीर वाले, उसको ट्रेन लोग हो गए, 4-4 साल का किया होगा, प्लस उनको RSU से डिग्री मिल जाएगी, स्पेशलाइज कोर्स हम करवा देंगे। एक हम सर्वे आपके पास भेजने वाले हैं कि आपके आने वाले साल में, 2 साल में, 3 साल में आपको कैसे लोगों की जरूरत पड़ेगी टू प्रोटेक्ट योर एस्टेब्लिशमेंट, प्रोटेक्ट अदर्स। तो उसमें भी आपका सहयोग होगा, आपका भविष्य अच्छा है। मैं पूरी आशा करता हूं कि जिस ढंग से वेटरन्स ने सारा काम किया है, पूरे देश की रक्षा सुरक्षा को संभाला हुआ है, आगे की आपके एक्सपीरियंस के साथ, न्यू ब्रीड के साथ, नए लोगों के साथ भारत सुरक्षित रहेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure a lot of people sitting in the audience thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. It was quite knowledgeable indeed. And we will now be proceeding forward to the next segment of our event, where we have another wonderful keynote addressal by one of our dignitaries here on a very interesting topic, a step ahead, airport security in India. And to do the honors, I would be requesting the humble presence of Brigadier Sir here, Brigadier Ranjan Oberoi, Global Vice Chairman of Tenon Group, to please join us here on the stage. So let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please. And I would want you all to be upright, alert throughout his presentation indeed. So sir, please, most welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I thank Business World to invite me for this to this forum, and congratulate Mr. Anurag Gupta, I believe he's still not here, on launching this magazine, which was, I believe, long overdue. I also am honored to be part of this distinguished gathering of speakers and eminent guests here. Today, I stand before you to discuss a matter of profound significance and collaborative efforts essential for maintaining the safety and integrity of the aviation domain. As we soar through the skies for business, leisure, or to reunite with loved ones, we often overlook the intricate safeguards that ensure our journeys are safe. Yet, the persistent threat of aviation-related attacks remind us that vigilance is crucial and complacency can lead to dire consequences. Our history is marked by poignant incidents, underscores the vital need for stringent aviation security measures. Before I begin, let's watch a few impactful videos that highlight the importance of aviation security. These visuals will underscore the critical measures in place and remind us of the challenges and responsibilities we share in ensuring safe air travel. Can I have the video, please?
5 o'clock. Still, no fuel has been delivered to Air France Flight 8969. Major Favier has been given carte blanche by the French Prime Minister Edouard Balladur. He decides the moment has come to act.
There was danger inside the plane, so we now had justification for an armed attack. That attack was carried out from the airstrip.
The cavalry charge is underway. This is actual footage of the attack.
There are 8 of us on the front right air stair. The first air stair gets to the aircraft. There's a small problem with the height, as it was a little bit higher than the door. The door hits the top of the air stair. A slight step back. The door opens. The air stair touches the plane, and the group goes in.
The snipers on the terminal roof can see the terrorists in the cockpit, but frustratingly can't get a clear shot. The co-pilot is blocking their view. But that problem is about to be solved. Actual video footage shows the co-pilot, Jean-Paul Borderier, falling onto the hard concrete. Yet he still manages to stagger away to safety. It gives the snipers the chance they've been waiting for. The French news footage captures amazing scenes of the battle. A Zhejiang man is blasted out of the plane by gunshots.
Scene of carnage and destruction at Turkey's busiest airport. 3 suicide attackers carrying out a deadly siege on Tuesday night. Terrorists opening fire at the international terminal before blowing themselves up. The first blast by the arrival hall on the first floor. Travelers seemingly unaware of the attack that is about to unfold. Another surveillance video captures the chaos inside as one of the attackers runs into the airport. Then he's apparently shot by a police officer. A horrifying scene of carnage and destruction at Turkey's busiest airport, bearing chilling similarities to the deadly bombings in March at Brussels airport and subway system.
Now that we've glimpsed the stark reality of hijacking incidents, let us refocus our attention on the critical strategies and measures in place to counter such threats and ensure the safety of air travel. To understand the current landscape of aviation security threats, it is essential to look back at its history. The first hijacking of an aircraft occurred in the year 1930, but it was not until the 60s and the 70s that hijackings became more frequent and politically motivated. Overall, a total of 1,086 hijackings have been reported between 1930 to date, putting passengers' lives at grave risk and causing enduring psychological trauma as well as undesirable political concession to hijackers. This further led to a series of international agreements and protocols aimed at protecting and responding to such threats. Reflecting on some of the most devastating attacks in aviation history reveals the vulnerabilities within the system. Consider the 1972 hijacking of Sabina on Flight 571. The harrowing incident brought the Israeli-Palestinian conflict into sharp focus when 4 armed members of the Black September Group commandeered the flight from Vienna to Tel Aviv, demanding the release of Palestinian prisoners. The tense standoff culminated in a daring rescue by Israeli commandos, highlighting the susceptibility of commercial aviation to political terrorism. Another tragic event was the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland. A bomb hidden in a cassette player destroyed the flight en route from London to New York, claiming 270 lives. The catastrophe underscored the necessity for meticulous security screening and international intelligence collaboration to prevent such tragedies. The most grievous attack in aviation history occurred on September 11, 2001. On that day, terrorists hijacked 4 commercial airliners, using them as missiles to strike the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, resulting in nearly 3,000 deaths. This unprecedented atrocity transformed global aviation security protocols, leading to the establishment of the Transportation Security Administration in the United States. It illuminated the critical need for comprehensive security measures to thwart such heinous acts. These historical events emphasize the indispensable nature of robust and dynamic aviation security measures. Apart from the safety-related incidents and accidents, Indian aviation had a reasonably good safety record until 1971, when a domestic passenger flight was hijacked en route from Srinagar to Jammu and flown to Lahore on 30th January 1971. While the passengers and crew were released, the plane was subsequently destroyed. While the passengers and crew were released, and there were 13 other hijackings in India over this period of time. 11 were hijacked within Indian airspace and involved Indian foreign militants and terrorists affiliated with insurgencies in J&K and Punjab. The hijacking of flight IC 814, which you also saw on the clip, en route from Kathmandu to Delhi to Amritsar and later to Kandahar on 24 December 1999, involved 5 Pakistani-based Harkat Mujahideen terrorists and was connected with the release of fellow HUM terrorist Masood Asar and 3 others. The other remaining flight, Air India 224, was hijacked in Mahe in Seychelles on 26 November 1981. Today, the threats to aviation security are far more sophisticated and diverse, and the advent of technology has enabled new forms of terrorism and criminal activity. While geopolitical instability and radical ideologies continue to pose significant risks, some of the key evolving threats are terrorism, which we all are aware. The most prominent threat to aviation security remains terrorism. The tragic events of September 11, 2001 highlighted this catastrophic potential and coordinated terrorist attacks. Insider threats. Employees with access to sensitive areas and information pose a significant risk. Disgruntled employees, those coerced by external factors, or individuals radicalized can exploit their insider knowledge to facilitate attacks and sabotage. Cybersecurity threats. Aviation systems becoming more digitized, the threat of cyber attacks has grown. Hackers can target flight control system, communication networks, and passenger data. Drones, already mentioned by Kanwar Saab, the proliferation of unmanned aerial vehicles or drones presents a new challenge. Drones can be used for surveillance, smuggling, or even weapons to disrupt flight operations. Chemical and biological threats and criminal activities. All these manifest in creating problems for aviation security. In India, ensuring aviation security and protecting against such threats necessitates a multifaceted approach and collaboration among various stakeholders and further collaboration among various agencies, each with distinct roles and responsibilities. These include the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, the CISF, airlines, state police, and the ultimate force, the National Security Guard. I will just elaborate on 3 of these critical agencies. First, I'll touch upon the BCAS, or the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. In India, BCAS is vital in ensuring robust aviation security. It formulates policies, guidelines, and regulations to safeguard civil aviation against unlawful interference. BCAS conducts security audits, inspections, and assessments to ensure compliance with security standards at airports and airlines. To give a bit of historical perspective, the BCAS was initially set up as a cell in the Director General of Civil Aviation in January 1978, on the recommendations of the Pandey Committee, constituted in the wake of the hijacking of an Indian Airlines flight on 10 September 1976. The role of the cell was to coordinate, inspect, monitor, and train personnel in civil aviation security matters. The BCAS was reorganized into an independent department in April 1987 under the Ministry of Civil Aviation as a sequel to the Kanishka tragedy, which you're all aware, in June 1985. It may be pertinent here to mention that soon after the reorganization of the BCAS, a major mock drill at the national level involving the entire state machinery was ordered by the PMO. The exercise was planned and executed by the National Security Guard and monitored by the PMO to test both the preparedness of the BCAS and the operational capability of the National Security Guard. The aftermath of the test resulted in some radical changes in the security policies and processes, and that was not so prevalent at that time. I am aware of the disruption this exercise caused at different levels of hierarchy and the government and the departments, as I was the counter hijack task force commander, which executed the final assault on the aircraft in Aurangabad. To me, too, it was a real act till my task force disembarked from the AN-32 when I was told to unload weapons before the final assault. So this is a real life activity that took place. I just wanted to bring that to light, that this is what ratified the policies that are being put in place over a period of time in aviation security. The Central Industrial Security Force, in actual sense, India stepped up its airport security after 24 December 1999, the Kandahar hijack. This led to the Central Industrial Security Force taking charge of airport security under the regulatory framework of the Bureau of Civil Aviation. The CISF plays a pivotal role in aviation security, particularly in Indian airports. Tasked with ensuring the safety of passengers, personnel, and infrastructure, CISF personnel conduct rigorous screening and surveillance. Their duties include passenger and passenger baggage checks, perimeter security, and monitoring airport premises. Equipped with advanced screening technologies and trained in threat detection, CSF personnel work closely with other security agencies to preempt and neutralize potential threats. Of the approved 150 airports operational in the country, 68 are handled by the CISF, and the rest are with the state police and now also the private security agencies. The National Security Guard. The NSGR elite force is trained to handle high-risk situations involving terrorist threats, the hijack scenarios. Their expertise in explosive, hostage rescue, and neutralizing terrorists minimizes collateral damage and ensures the safety of passengers and crew. The NSG's advanced training in counterterrorism technologies, crisis negotiation, and specialized tactics for dealing with hijackings and bomb threats makes them a vital component of our national security apparatus. The rapid deployment capabilities and specialized skills are crucial. The deployment of sky marshals is another critical element in aviation security. This commenced as an aftermath of the Kandahar hijack in 1999. These undercover agents travel on flights, ready to intervene in hijackings or in other in-flight threats. Their presence acts as a deterrent and provides immediate response capability, ensuring threats are neutralized swiftly. Sky marshals are specially trained in close-quarter combat, firearms, and emergency procedures, protecting the aircraft, passengers, and crew from potential threats. Their ability to blend in with passengers ensures they act decisively when needed. Global organizations in the aviation sector domain also play a crucial role in ensuring the safety and integrity of air travel worldwide through collaborative efforts, standardized practices, and information sharing. The Transport Security Administration in the US is responsible for overseeing security, airport security, implementing screening procedures, and developing security policies. The European Union Aviation Safety Organization ensures the same in the European Union. The International Civil Aviation Organization is a specialized agency of the United Nations. The ICAO develops international standards and recommends practices for aviation security. It facilitates cooperation among member states to address global security. The Interpol and Europol are police organizations which assist as they go ahead. The future trends in aviation security. The future aviation security promises exciting advancements driven by innovation and technology. From artificial intelligence-powered screening to biometric authentication, these developments will revolutionize safety measures, ensuring seamless and secure air travel. Some key technology measures that are coming into place Our advanced screening technologies like body scanners, explosive trace detection systems, and imaging systems, biometric identification to include facial recognition, cybersecurity measures protecting aviation infrastructure from security threats, drone detection and mitigation technologies to detect, mitigate drone threats through radar systems or radio frequency, and behavioral analysis. Behavioral detection officers and advanced analytics can identify suspicious behavior and potential threats through real-time analysis of passenger movements and actions. A step ahead with respect to regulatory and procedural matters. In April 2023, it was reported that the government of India is considering creation of a unified security force for all airports in the country, which, like the Transportation Security Administration in the US, shall combine immigration and customs. India, already a third largest domestic aviation market, is likely to emerge as the third largest aviation market in the world by 2024, that is now, and is likely to operate 220 airports in the next few years, which will require seamless security setup across the country. The primary objective of the TSA in India shall be to analyze emerging futuristic threats while working in close collaboration with other aviation security agencies and international organizations, and ensure safety and security of passengers, crew, and the airport. The most critical being the seamless coordination with the multitude of agencies, as also bringing all stakeholders on a common platform. The proposal for this unified security agency is now with the PMO and is being considered to be put in place in a short time as I see. In conclusion, Indian aviation security stands as a testament to collaborative efforts, technological advancements, and unwavering dedication to safeguarding air travel. As we reflect on the multifaceted approach employed to protect passengers, crew, and infrastructure, it becomes evident that the strength of our aviation security lies in the synergy among stakeholders. From the stringent screening processes mandated by the BCAS to the vigilant presence of the various security agencies involved in aviation, each stakeholder plays a crucial role in maintaining the integrity of our airspace. The collaboration between airlines, security agencies, state police, and the National Security Guard ensures a coordinated response to potential threats, fostering a secure environment for air travel. As we strive towards continuous improvement in aviation security, let us remain vigilant, proactive, and united in our efforts. By embracing innovation, collaboration, and a shared commitment to safety, we can ensure that the Indian skies remain among the safest in the world. Together, we uphold the promise of secure and seamless air travel for generations to come. Thank you.
That was truly a remarkable presentation indeed, and Sir has very diligently pointed out on the need of the hour, which is security of our country, whether it's national security or aviation. This means that proper actions need to be taken care of to handle those risk situations with optimal results. And with the technology booming, we are on the right radar. Many security threats can affect, be it aviation industry or the cyber. And the main reason why this is important to consider is because all of them, a proper course of action needs to be taken and proper knowledge has to be derived. And that's why we all are here, right? Moving forward to our next segment now. For another wonderful keynote address, I would now be requesting the humble presence of our dignitary. But let me enlighten you a bit about the topic, which is private security in smart cities. So I would be requesting the humble presence of Professor Captain S.P. Tyagi, Chief Counselor, ICISSM, to kindly join us here on stage and enlighten us with his notes of positivity and knowledge. So let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause here. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today. Attention to all of you. We have lost property here. Whosoever has lost their shades are most welcome to collect it from me. And of course, give us a proof that it's yours. Okay, just kidding. So it's right here. No worries. Over to you, sir.
Can I have a presentation?
I will ask him to.
Thank you very much. Before this presentation is displayed on screen, thank you very much, business world, for giving me this opportunity. And this kind of gathering is a total sum of thought leadership in India as of now. And I am very happy that my presence here is in the role of learning. Learning continues. Whether you are old or young, quest for knowledge always remains. And in that context, I often wondered what makes us smart. We are men of this world, and let's admit, we see some people who are smart, some people who are not very smart. So what makes people smart? And answer is going to be useful for understanding this subject, which is about security through private security agencies of smart cities. So what makes people smart? Is there a smart dress or a smart language or whatever attributes you can think of? Anyone who is willing to hazard a guess what makes people smart? Anyways, any response? Yes, intelligence. But many people are appearing to be smart even when they have not spoken even a single word. So, and many smart people, when they speak their mouth, वो तभी कहते हैं कि रायता फैला दिया. So again, speech or their intelligence, these are somehow linked to each other to make wholesome a smart person. But then smartness, I believe, is hidden behind the attitude of person. It is same attitude which makes you to use your smartphone very smartly. There are so many features you don't use because you don't know. When you know and you are not willing to learn that tool, the application, you are not very smart. So even with the smart gadgets, smart tools and everything all around you is smart, it is your attitude which will make you smart. Similarly, same thing goes for how smart cities would be secured. Hope this is working. Okay. No. Yeah, started. I'll get down to the subject 20 minutes time, 10 slides. So 2 minutes each slide. That is the time management. Role of private security in a smart city would start from the smart attitude. And we have to think about what are the roles and how these are to be discharged by the private security agencies, provided we understand what are the attributes, what are the segments which are to be focused by them. Then first comes to surveillance and monitoring. If we visualize, there are many cities which are already declared to be smart cities. Many cities are in line to be formally declared as smart cities. And there will be many cities in line. How these are to be planned and how these are to be secured is matter of a very, very detailed discussion and appropriate decisions. A smart city would need a lot of surveillance because without surveillance, the safe and secure environment cannot be created. I recall a movie of Bruce Willis, Live Free or Die Hard. It was released in 2007. And in this movie, there is a character who is a hacker. Initially, he was ethical hacker. Later on, when his warnings to the government, to the institutions were not heard and responded, he became frustrated, and in fact, he started creating similar situation for which he was issuing warning to the establishment, to the government. And later on, FBI was tasked to get this person, and it is very scary movie. But it has happened in 2007. Will it not happen now? Because many things have changed. Those tools which are for our security, these are the same tools which are in the hands of criminals, the saboteurs, the mischief mongers. Whichever category you can put them, they can always put a spanner. And technology remains same. And actually, the adopting the technology comes very easy and fast to the criminals. It is only the law establishment agencies, the prosecution agencies which chase. So it is always, traditional, situation in movies and different spy books also, that criminals always move ahead and police guys chase. Good thing is that at the end of the movie and at the end of the novel, police ends up catching the bad guy. But then why we require always chasing and trying to catch the bad guys? Why we cannot be proactive? We will be proactive only when we have the right amount of surveillance and monitoring. And security firms utilize advanced surveillance technologies, including CCTV cameras and smart cameras. And those cameras, which are independent in certain cases, they are video analytics at the end of the cameras. Then they are video analytics, at the end of NDVR. And there are so many management tools. But then these are as smart as the man behind. So we have CCTV system, large number of CCTV cameras, maybe 100 or 200 is very modest calculation for a good establishment. Large establishments will have, cameras in thousands. And if we are likely to believe the chief minister who made a, claim about so many thousand cameras in Delhi itself, how these are going to be used? How these are going to be monitored, and will we be able to ever monitor all the cameras? Then there are video analytics, and behind that, auditing of CCTV system. Is it being done, and will it be done? That is the question which we need to understand and make solutions when we think about securing the smart cities. Then access control system. It is based on common sense, that not only we try to stop the bad guys, we also actually need to facilitate the good guys to come in. So access control is not about catching someone and stopping someone. We in fact are required to facilitate also for good guys to come in, because that makes city smart. Stopping everyone at police naka is very easy. But ensuring that good guys, the right person, get the access wherever they are authorized is a big technological challenge. Also, a big challenge so far as personal deployment and ensuring security with them is concerned. So, access control is one issue. In fact, I don't know where to. इधर आगे दिख रहा है, तो मुझे फिर इधर देखना पड़ेगा. Because I'm looking at this screen and this screen is okay. Now it is same. Incident response. Big cities declared as smart cities. Something happens. Today, I feel very proud and confident in Greater Noida. When there is to be shut down, we receive SMS. They will be shut down at this time, this minute, this second. Also, we are confident that we are going to get the SMS. Thank you very much. Now you made my job very easy. For others also it is easy. Because I was to peep like this. And someone with my height, actually either has to do this or has to do this thing. Thank you very much. So now, is it happening in all the cities? Should it not happen everywhere? It is not only electricity failure, supply disruption. It is also about many disruptions. Traffic management, electricity transmission and management, load shedding is something. Aviation security, Brigadier has already mentioned. So there are many challenges related to smart cities, and many things will happen. बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं, लेकिन ये छोटी बातें ऐसी हैं जिन पर सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज को ध्यान रखना है, द गवर्नमेंट, लोकल गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज को, म्युनिसिपल बॉडीज को ध्यान रखना है. पानी की सप्लाई कहाँ डिस्टर्ब हो गई, कहाँ पीक डिमांड हो रही है, ऊपर जा रहा है, कहाँ ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा सप्लाई चाहिए, ये सारी बातें हैं. यू कैनॉट हैव दैट सेम इमेज every year on your TV screen that small kids are waiting for tanker. A smart person should have converted by now the city smart. And these are the indications कि जहां पानी की कमी हो रही है, जहां इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ रही है, जहां सर्ज हो रहा है, जहां पीक हो रहा है, वहां पर एडिशनल सपोर्ट चाहिए, सप्लाई चाहिए. These are the hallmarks of smart cities related to incident responses. And these responses are not only civil in nature, these would be criminal in nature also. So this is one aspect which private security agencies need to have. And establishment, the decision makers also need to have something that a comprehensive composite approach is need to be deployed. You cannot have 1,000 agencies looking after the 1,000 requirement, because this will never happen. It is not going to happen, because these sets of people, these sets of service providers will come with their sets of problems, and you keep on solving their yesterday's problem. Tomorrow's requirement you can never handle. And this happens in smart cities, that you cannot afford to keep on pending your decisions, because the time for taking the decision is right now, right here. It cannot be postponed, because if we see during Sheila Dikshit's chief minister's tenure, she was actually addressing problems of 10 years back, whereas city should have been planning 10 years ahead. So even today, the infrastructure of great cities should be planning for at least 2 decades ahead. So we cannot keep on solving yesterday's problem. Tomorrow's problem is the hallmark of smart cities, which are solved right here, right now, so that when time comes, they are already infrastructure needed, the service delivery is needed, and ensure that the service delivery is hassle-free, break-free, continuous, constant. So next element would be cyber security. I will speak little less, because I see Karan Barara in the audience, and I cannot even touch this subject even with the bars poll. Real expert is here, so I will skip this point. Right, sir? Okay. Traffic management. Traffic management. So traffic management in collaboration with city authority, private security can help manage traffic flow using a smart traffic system, ensuring efficient movement and reducing congestion. Again, die hard. Live free or die hard. You have two options. Either live a very chaotic life in a smart city, or live comfortably in very planned manner. Traffic congestion is something. There are video analytics which will give warning about traffic infringement, the direction. You can actually feel where projections are made through video analytics, where in which crossing there is going to be traffic jam. Before there is traffic jam from the particular direction, the traffic light of that direction is made to remain green for a little longer time, so that the situation of jam developing is addressed. Then there would be requirement of community engagement. Community engagement is all about keeping your ears to the ground, get the murmur, get the resentment, and also positive and negative feedback, whichever you are inclined to take. Take those, input, and have a constant dialogue. The dialogue which comes in readers post in newspapers, or the comment in e-magazines, or the sites, the videos, YouTube, from many television channels. These are the community engagement approaches. Like, I know Mr. Harshvardhan is going to listen to what readers give the feedback to improve the next edition, and also get the feedback what readers want next edition to cover those specific subjects. These are the community engagement. For him, a focus is for a particular niche. But then in smart cities, the governance, the institutions, the security agencies need to keep on getting the feedback. And for them, there will be different two sectors: internal feedback as well as external feedback. Both are very important, and both give right solution and right time. IoT and sensors. People ask what IoT is going to do, or sensor are going to do in a smart cities management. They are going to do a lot. There used to be ad, very popular ad. There's a lot you can do with Eagle Flask. And people used to ask what Eagle can do. And tagline was, there's a lot you can do with Eagle. So there's a lot you can do with IoT and sensors, and their deployment in right place and right type of sensors, right type of IoTs is directly dependent on what knowledge, what experience, and what attitude the planners of the city and the delivery point the security agencies have. If you think that the security is going to give answers to all your problems, then either you do not understand your problems or you do not understand the technology. So you have to understand the technology to get the right answer for your problems. But for that, first start understanding your problems. Data analytics and AI. Again, Chief Minister's tall claim, we'll have so many thousands of CCTV camera all over the place. But what you are going to do with it? And what you plan with all those cameras, and either you just keep on monitoring. There is a lot of data created through your Internet of Things. The sensors, alarm management is a big challenge in security management. There are thousands of different kinds of alarms, and how you manage and how you respond to it, and your response through your command and control center, the concept which nobody thought 10 years back, is something which every security expert is struggling to get into it. They want to have command and control center because they know that all the data terminating in their command and control need to be addressed before these are turned off. Every alarm needs to be analyzed. And how it is possible? Humanly, it will not be possible. It will be possible only through right application of technologies. So data analytics is something which is required to be put under sharp focus by security agencies, also by the planners who are responsible for securing smart cities. Cloud computing is again one thing which I would keep respectable distance because of experts in this hall already present here. But then mobile applications, something which I remember about mobile application, Captain Colasso has mentioned in Business World's last seminar, if I am right. Maybe I am wrong, but this was the subject deliberated in detail, that how applications, various applications which can be put on your smartphone will be helpful in managing the security. First thing is manpower management, security agencies, those manpower which they claim to have been deployed are actually deployed or not, are actually working or not. Those people who are given the task of patrolling actually patrolling or not. Either they are sitting idle, and how this input is required and how this would be used for enhancing your efficiency. So mobile applications will come very handy. There are thousands of applications already available. Every day someone is developing new application, and few of them are for our use in industrial security management. Privacy concern, these are the challenges and considerations. I'll go a little short, 52 seconds. Anyway, I'll run little faster. Privacy concerns, extensive use of surveillance technologies raises concern. Where camera is to be put, what is the feed, that video, will it be not used for third party use, will it not be breaching the security, and how to go about it. Government regulations are zero as of now. CAPSI needs to think about it. There are many other fraternities who need to think about it, because government as of now has no regulation so far as CCTV is concerned. About 10 years back, I wrote an article, CCTV is big challenge for privacy. And I do not think that right type of regulation is available even now. So anyone can put camera which is looking at my window, which is looking at my bedroom, and that camera cannot be stopped. And if it cannot be stopped, what is the remedy available to me? So that question remains unanswered. Coordination with public authority is going to be a big challenge unless and until law enforcement agencies and those agencies which are engaged in governance of the smart city, they need to subscribe to and ready to cooperate the ideas which security agencies would have. It is not the tendering of manpower. Smart cities are tendering not only for one thing about this aspect, what would be the emerging trends under CAPSI's aegis. Survey was conducted to find out what the end users expect from private security agencies, and it was very revealing that good customers believe and trust the private security agencies not only to provide the skilled trained manpower, they also want those security agencies to handle their technological applications also. They also want them to be first responder and also take backup action and advanced action and forward actions. So it is a big challenge for private security agencies. Whether they are ready or not, time will tell. But then fraternity has already made proposal. Government will at probably appropriate time address these. Quality delivery of security services is one flagged item by CAPSI, and I am sure that very soon there is going to be announcement. So coordination with public authority, this will ensure and work as catalyst so that better security management solutions are available through private security agencies. These standards will strengthen and empower security agencies to do lot many things. Border control is something, octroi collection is something, revenue identity, revenue collection, and management thereof is another challenge which is related to and coming very fast so far as security of smart cities are concerned. And yes, last but not the least, cost funding is something everyone is concerned, even corporates. ROI क्या है भाई, हमें इतना खर्चा लेगा तो वो क्या पैसा मिलेगा, रिटर्न क्या मिलेगा. Typical approach. It is not only in corporate, it is in government also. Government will also release the budget only after realizing how much it is going to be beneficial. Will it be linked to productivity? If it is not linked to productivity, at least it will be linked to loss prevention. Because in today's world, we understand if the losses, which are so far acceptable losses in many entities, if these losses are also reduced to zero, that adds to the profit. So we are, forget about the debate that we are No, cost center or profit center? No, we are profit center, provided we understand and market this approach to our management, and in this case, to the government, that loss prevention is something which only security agency and through their efforts can be ensured. अगर यही था, टोल नाके पे होता था, कितना पैसा ठेकेदार के पास और उससे पहले कितना पैसा उन बंदों के पास जेब में जाता था, किसी को पता ही नहीं था। ठेकेदार को 10 लाख मिलते थे और उसके 10 बंदों को 20 लाख का कलेक्शन उनकी जेब में जाता था और सरकार को मिलता था 1 लाख। तो स्मार्ट सिटीज attitude needs to be smart, and government must realize that what is being done is preventing the losses and working as catalyst to ensure the productivity. The productivity is ensured and guaranteed only when good security is guaranteed. You cannot work to your maximum competency when you keep looking back and you are scared of some harm, danger, or damage to you, or to your property, or to your processes. So when that is ensured, a smart city is secured through security agencies. Thank you very much. I finished my. Any question? Hall is, or am I permitted to respond to questions? Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, that was quite an interesting session, and I know many topics were covered under one topic. There are many things that we look up to when we are talking about smart city security. And one of the priorities when implementing a new city model is to see that the interconnectivity between all the smart cities is done to the maximum and multiple risks of security issues are actually dealt with, whether it's hijacking of servers, data theft, or the personal security of the people living in the city, right? So that's what's most important and need of the hour. We will now be moving forward to one of the most important segments here, which is the panel discussion, and the topic is impact of geopolitics on security businesses. The session will be chaired by our dignitary, Major General Sanjay Soy, retired International Affairs and Defense Expert, Member Advisory Board, International Institute of Influencers. Our panelists will be Harvinder Singh, Chapter Chairman, ASIS International, New Delhi Chapter, Jyotsna Bhalla, President, Head BD and CRM AP Securities, Captain Alroy A. Kolako, Independent Consultant, and last but not the least, Major Saurabh Srivastav, Director South Asia, Crisis and Security Consulting, Control Risk India. So I would humbly request our panelists to kindly join us here on the stage, as the stage is all set for you. And I would request our lovely people sitting in the audience to kindly keep your phones on silent and give your 100% attention to this wonderful panel, which is happening on the topic of impact of geopolitics on security businesses. Everybody, can we welcome our dignitaries with a round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Business World, for inviting. And it has been such a learning experience listening to distinguished speakers today. And the topic for us for the discussion is impact of geopolitics on security businesses. In fact, since I'm ex-army, and most of us are, and I've been coming on TV channels, and I've been discussing on geopolitics and international affairs and the impact on the globe due to various wars. We know what is happening at present. On one side, there is Russia, Ukraine. In the Middle East has been always is burning like anything and everything. Israel, Gaza has happened since October. But before that, we do not know who is fighting in Syria with whom. In Iraq, what is happening? There are governments supported by Iran and Russia, but there are American bases there. So in Middle East, in every country, more or less, most of the countries, something or other is happening. We know what is happening. Yemen, the Houthis are active. In the Red Sea, they are created such an havoc of attacking on the shipping, commercial shippings, and which is causing a big problem across the globe. Then we also know the expansionist philosophy of China. What are they doing in South China Sea? The countries around them, China, Taiwan. We know what is happening in North Korea. A lot of things across the globe are happening and which are having a great impact on economy, on the security sphere, and on the thought processes of the people. What was happening earlier? The NATO was sort of disintegrating, but because Russia, Ukraine, they have united together, and there are a lot of security expenditures have gone up. Similar thing has happened in Middle East. All these wars, all these operations affect a lot. Now, if you see the present war is not being fought on the fronts only. There's cyber attacks. They are trying to create a law and order problem in the rear. There are terrorist attacks. There are social media is very active, which plays with your mind. So the economy is wrecked. The sanctions are imposed. So there are many facets of the warfare today which has a bearing on our security. If there are cyber attacks, naturally we got to think of the cyber security. If there are terrorist attacks, we think of the physical security and other means, CCTVs and other instruments. So all these things, when we talk of different means of warfare, suppose we talk of the terrorist attacks. Imagine in India in 2022, we lost 1,69,000 people in road accidents. It doesn't make much news. Unless some VIP dies or some big accident, rail accident or something like that takes place. But 1,69,000, that means 463 people dying every day and 20 people dying every hour. That is a cause of deaths which are happening in India. But in 26/11, over a period of 3 days, 166 people lost their lives. And it has a tremendous impact on us. Tremendous impact on the thought process, the way we think, on the security apparatus, on the security systems. Because that is what the terrorists want. That is what the militants want. That if they play with the psyche, they play with the mind. And after that, the kind of expenditures which have gone up. Now, every restaurant you find a guard, every MNCs, every society, every offices in industrial infrastructure. So the expenditure had gone so much high that government is now working on the hybrid mode of security. Because they could not afford so much of expenditure on CISF and other police paraphernalia. We know that the hybrid mode of security on the airports, Brigadier O'Brien also covered aviation security and all, and on the metros and number of other PSUs are there where private security industry is going and is joining and becoming part of the overall security, because we are part and parcel of the overall security plan of the government anywhere and everywhere, and we are the first responder. Imagine in the same thing, what I would like to highlight here, in the US after 9/11, where they had lost around 2,977 people, the expenditure had gone up by 235 billion, had gone up by $165 billion. $165 billion expenditure have gone up because of security. That means that there is so much of demand on the security, private security industries there. So we, as with all these incidents, all these geopolitics, has an impact. It has the challenges for us, for the private security industry, private security businesses, and it also gives us an opportunity. How can we work together and think on global level, because the global market was $235 billion last year, and it is growing at the rate of about 7 to 8%, and in India it is growing at the rate of 20%. So that's the kind of growth which we need to think of, and we need to be ready for that. We need to be prepared for these kinds of growth, because all this growth is taking place because on the one hand is the economic growth, and the other hand is the all these threats which are coming up, all these kind of security threats. I think here I will finish my sort of brief introduction of the subject, and let's take on with the take the points of the views of the other speakers. So, as we have already brought out the current geopolitical situation across the globe, so what you want to add on to this? What do you think in that situation now?
Thank you, Januzab. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure here at the inaugural Business World Security Conference, and thank Business World for the same. You were saying, Januzab, that there are a lot of things that are involved in a geopolitical situation. It starts at the level which is within a particular country first, and together number of countries form a regional space. The regional space then again forms into another global space. So keeping that in mind, there are a number of things that influence this. It encompasses a whole lot of other things also. The first thing is territorial disputes which happen. Territorial disputes can happen within the country, like what is happening. We find number of states fighting with each other that we want to increase. You find a situation which has come up in Punjab where people are fighting they are asking, and there are certain elements within the country which are asking for a separate state within a country. Then there are rising powers that are happening, right? There are rising powers like China. Of course, I'll come to China later on, because China is a issue by itself, which I will discuss with you later on. And there are certain powers where are diminishing powers. You also spoke of the Middle East, right? The Middle East as well as Africa. These are two continents which probably we need to look at. Why I'm saying is Middle East is because of the type of conflicts that are there within, which are happening in those particular countries, whether it is Saudi, whether it is Iran, whether it is all these places, whether it is Israel, and or whether it is the Hamas which is doing these attacks, right? So and Africa, you have Sudan, you have Congo, you have so many other countries where you find a lot of these things. There is an economic situation also which happens because of these wars that are happening. Now a country is dependent on another country for such particular aid. This leads to a humanitarian crisis also. There is a humanitarian crisis which is coming up. Attached to that, you have a refugee crisis which is coming up. People want to shift from one country to the other. You would have seen the mass evacuation of Muslims that happened during the Syria conflict, where they moved to Europe, they moved to and other countries also. So indirectly, economically, it affects that particular country also. Like it's like a family. You know, your family, you have 5 people. You have 3 or 4 more people coming in. Your budget goes haywire. So it's something like that. Attached to this is that you have, other things which happen with this. This is there's a lot of human trafficking which is happening also, because people want to migrate from one particular country to the other country. So then there is an arms race which is coming up now, within the geopolitical situation that is happening, country to country. How does funding happen? Drugs, narcotics. this is another market. South America is full of these drug mafias, and these countries are helping out other countries with the arms, right? In India also we have this. If you study the coast of Goa, Kerala, at one point of time, Goa had Russians and you had Israelis also, right? The top part of Goa, which is the Arpora area, you have signs there which are written in Russian and as well as in Israeli also. So these are things which are happening within the sphere of us. The nations that are coming up and are going down, and then you have a larger crisis in times of, say, the Ukraine crisis, which is happening. And NATO, Russia is on one side and NATO supporting it, like what you rightly said. So all these things have to be kept in mind before, it's a situation where anything can go out of hand. We've had presentations before this on airport security, and Captain Tyagi also spoke of, smart cities, where it is directly or indirectly connected to some sort of it. Mr. Harshvardhan also spoke on certain topics which could be covered. So these are all very strategic topics which are covered, and these need to be, detailed down, because it encompasses the whole world actually. So this is what is my thought process on that.
Hey, thank you so much, Captain Colasso. Very well brought out. In fact, if you see right from beginning, when we have heard different speakers, everything is so synced and everything is linked. And having understood the in-depth analysis of whatever is happening in geopolitics today across the globe, whether it's drugs or power shifting or the problem in Middle East or Russia, Ukraine or China, I would like to now come to you, Ms. Jyotsna, that how do geopolitical developments like Israel conflict, or say in our case, Galwan clash, affect the operational strategies and market dynamics for security businesses? It's on.
Hi, thank you very much. Though I would like to say here that, I am not a pro in the subject, but whatever information I am able to gather and whatever I can speak on, because of you stalwarts around, been getting information, knowledge from you. So based on that, the information which I would like to put it across here is that, this last year, 7th October, when this IMAX is being signed, by wherein the US was also supporting it, and what all has been happening over there. So, it was giving an alternative to the NSDC, which is being, which was this, and which was a Eurasian road and other stuff. So all these things has been giving an alternative solution to the I would say the Middle East and other countries, and this was giving another alternative trade route. But because of what all has happened now, because of this Ukraine, Israel, because of this Israel-Gaza war, things have changed. Now it is put on a hold. So, and it is affecting our businesses in all aspects. The trades has been hampered. Somehow I would say if you look around, there was quite positive scenarios with regards to, Saudi and Israel relation, which Saudi was not initially, recognizing. All these things are there. So somehow, means after happening, the impact is on our security business is that we have to be giving more and more info to our clientele, ensuring that whatever the information, if whomsoever is connected with to give a trade on these routes is being affected. So what the plans were earlier is not really happening on the same manner.
Thank you so much, Jyotsna. In fact, the kind of situation which is that geopolitical situation which we have painted and we have discussed definitely increases the requirement of private sector, because government security, government police force is not sufficient in any country. The Western countries have been following it. They've been outsourcing the security, various security tasks to private security. In India, which I discussed during my initial talk, that we are going for the hybrid mode, and it taken some baby steps, and we are going ahead. And now I'll be talking to Major Saurabh. Like, instead of being reactive, can we be proactive? I mean, what's the way we can be proactive? Say, I thought of, say, technology and intelligence gathering plays a mitigating geopolitical risk for security businesses. So, would you like to contribute something on these lines?
Sure. Actually, it's a very good question. We've spoken, we've heard everything about the geopolitics, the impact. And I want to take it slightly behind, putting ourselves into the shoes of, let's say, an organization, right? And an organization, while functioning, looks at obviously business continuity, focuses on their internal operations and everything. And then it comes to the security, and we were talking about whether security is a cost center or, profit center or anything else associated with it. I think the critical part that starts with over here is the fact that security is not just looked as the first line of defense, but, as security businesses, all of us act as responsible first line of businesses, right? And therefore, whatever decisions we are taking have to be from a background of, are we doing enough for the company to continue, relying on us? Having the confidence that, we're going to support them, or be able to, more importantly, handle a situation when this geopolitical impact develops and, the need of the hour takes us in a direction where you want that support. And I think the two areas that you spoke about are pretty much the crux of it, which is technology and intelligence. And when you put the two together, the important part for me over here is that A, they help you get real-time information, which is absolutely critical to be able to respond to any situation. B, because you have this information available to you, you are that much better prepared to understand the situation you're going to probably already have landed into or foresee in the near future, maybe the immediate, 4, 8, 12 hours, and then the short term, like a 24, 72-hour kind of a period. And lastly, you enable the business to be able to make an informed decision. So this technology and intelligence gives you these three parameters, which then allows the business to know, okay, I'm relying on my security setup. The security businesses that are there are backing me up, but to what extent and beyond which, obviously the security can't keep doing everything for you, and your business will eventually get impacted depending upon the nature of incident. So you take a call consciously enough, whether, we talk about terms like BAU and hybrid or work from home or whatever, right? And I think that's the influence and impact, if I can call it, that security businesses, help translate, transform, and act as the enabler for a business organization to pass it back.
Thank you so much, Saurav. In fact, absolutely rightly brought out. And I also feel that instead of being reactive, we got to think of what is happening in the world and be prepared for that. Like I've been hearing Kumar Vikram Singh, Chairman CAPSI, that what we did during COVID, I mean, in spite of all the catastrophe, in spite of all the problems, security industry was able to stand up to the challenge and was able to protect the country, protect the industry, protect the businesses. And also then ultimately the Home Ministry had to give the ESMA, brought it under ESMA. So we are quite dynamic. Security industry is very dynamic. And that's where probably I'll come to Mr. Arvindra, that what kind of risks which have been enumerated, we have already discussed a number of things. What do you think that we should be ready for future? What kind of skill uplifting for meeting this kind of security challenges which you suggest?
Thank you, General Sir. First of all, good evening, everyone. It's a wonderful evening and wonderful audience are here. And it's a matter of proud and honor for me to sitting among the eminent speakers and audience. So as I would like to start with, like, necessity is the mother of invention. So Kumar sir well said, tell a very good story that how this work has started in Punjab when they were able to handle a situation, and how people got to know that how and why the security is important for any kind of establishment. So this is what is required in these days also. We require a different kind of skills. So like Brigadier Sahib has raised a concern that after the hijacking, only the model of Sky Marshal was introduced in the market. Before that, there was nothing was like that. So in the similar way, now today time has been changed. If we are preparing ourselves for new technologies, the other side, the people who are sitting to put harm for the organizations or the people, they are one step ahead. So I think we have to be prepared in advance. Also, I would like to take one more example from the course of only. As he said, he spoke about the Agniveers. So Agniveer is only, I think, a year back only started, hardly a year, it's there. And after 4 years only, we will be able to see those people in the market. But CAPSI has started. They have taken the initiative. They are working with MHA and they have started and also created the roadmap. And very soon that will be in the market in front of all the security providers. So these kind of proactiveness is required for everyone if we want to get succeed. Along with this, I would like to highlight there are certain trainings are required. Like cyber security training is very important for everyone these days. Like we see, I will take a very small example on WhatsApp groups. We see that somebody is calling with the name of some police officer and they are threatening. So this is all the due to lack of the cyber security awareness. So we have to be aware about it. This skill is very crucial for everyone. Coming to next, we have to learn new surveillance technologies. Like everybody's remember, like there was days when we used to install analog cameras. Then comes IP cameras. Now we have to be move from IP cameras to AI-enabled cameras, which works on their own. Someone from the speakers also raised a very good concern. Auditing of the footage. It's very crucial. Recently, was honored to read a book from one of the writer. I'm not able to recall his name. He launched a book on the same thing. Why the auditing of the CCTV is important. Why it is crucial. Yes, Gautam. Yes, Gautam. So I got the copy of that book also. It's very good book. So, but for auditing, it is required some technological touch, not a human touch, because that is not possible by any human to auditing a footage over long hour and everything. So I think that should be implemented and that should be learned in the market. And coming to practice crisis management, that is very important, very crucial. Like during the any time of any crisis, we never take action proactively. We only take it's a kind of reactive mode. The moment anything happen, we start thinking what should be happen the next time instead of be ready before that. So the more we will practice on the crisis management or any other techniques, definitely we will come out from this. So like effective training minimize confusion and maximize clarity during a real-time situation. So I feel, General Sahab, these are the few points which I was able to collect here and elaborate, which is very important for everyone.
Absolutely, Ravindra. In fact, I would say that we have to be proactive, we have to think ahead, and we got to use technology like what he has rightly brought out, that AI enabled CCTV that can filter, they can rule out the unnecessary and also raise an alarm whenever something is required. Now, coming back to again the future, what we are thinking of to be prepared, and what is the future scenario? Like India has already made a roadmap of Amrit Kal, say 2047, where we are going to be. 2049 is going to be the 100 years of China's People Republics of China. So they have also made a roadmap for themselves. So all the geopolitics in future, say next 50 years, will have a sure impact on security businesses. So what do you think that the world in how the world could be in 2050? And maybe you can think of explaining in phases also if need be.
Yeah, actually, you put up a very pertinent question. 2047 and 2050. These are two years where probably we will be seeing, I don't know whether we will be able to live up to that particular point or no, but yes, it's a very interesting phenomena which is going to happen. We have already set up a roadmap. India has already set up a roadmap and how we need to go, how we need to progress with it. From a technology point of view, from an economic point of view, India proposes to be a $5 billion economy, and we are moving towards that. There is just no doubt about it. Technologically, we've seen a phase where during COVID, We moved from physical to a digital phase. So India was able to, probably one of the only countries in the world which we managed to get into that digital phase almost in about 5 or 6 months. And the second part was, I mean, though it is slightly controversial, it's about the vaccine part of it also. How it was tested, when it was tested, etc., etc. We won't go into that. But besides us, there were other countries also which were able to produce. There were only about 4 or 5 countries. China was one, Russia, India, and America were one. These were just the 5, 6 countries which were able to do it. So, from a technological point of view, from a medical care point of view, which is very important, these things happened in India. Now, what is happening is the geopolitical alliances are also changing. You would have heard of Quad, where India, China, Japan, Australia, America, and America is forcing, if you read the papers last 2, 3 days back, that America is forcing India to, take the lead into many other things like satellite launching and getting other things, missiles, etc. So these are important things which are happening. Now, taking a step back, I'm coming to what you spoke about China. That I happened to attend one of the conferences of India today, about 2 or 3 years back, where they had one of a very eminent ambassador, Michael Pillsbury, who has written a book on China, the 100-Year Marathon, where China wants to eliminate US and take over as a superpower. They don't want to fight it militarily. They want to do it. China has a very different strategy. They don't celebrate days. They have 14 dynasties which are there within that. And within those dynasties, they are able to get their things done. They started this entire thing in 1950, where they slowly started picking up. In fact, if there is a book on this by Michael Pillsbury, which I've just finished it about a few days back. Nixon was the president at that point of time of US, and Henry Kissinger used to be his foreign minister. And China was able to plant molds into the US, and they befooled the US in a number of things. Their strategies were very, very different. Economically, US was 99.99% dependent on China for all the goods that were coming in from there, right? Quality of goods, etc., we are not talking. Today, if you look at China as a market, you will find one particular place which will give you only fabrics. You will find one particular place in China where you'll get only toys. There's one particular place where you'll get watches. And there are containers of these which keep coming into a number of countries. The Indian government did take a step, if you remember, again during COVID time, where they said that we would like to have indigenous laptops being made here. But the biggest problem in India was that we were not able to produce chips, right? So that is to come again from a very different route. So Dell and the other ones, what they did was they went to Bangladesh, they opened up an office there, and it used to be shipped from there, or it is to be shipped from what you call Sri Lanka. So, and how is it going to affect our security business now? First of all, that like Kuvarji has rightly said, that we are going to have surplus manpower after a period of time. So this, we already have a manpower which is trained, semi-trained, I would say, not fully trained, semi-trained. So we can make use of that. From an economical point of view, look at the employability you are creating in that particular sector. And security is one sector, like someone rightly said, that whether, I think Mr. Harshvardhan had said it, whether it is air security, water security, or everything. So you will require that. Thirdly is India, as far as India is concerned, cybersecurity India is playing a very major role. Along with Israel, we've had a number of tie-ups which have happened, right? And we are probably one of the fast-moving countries where probably in the next 3 or 4 years, we will definitely find something new. So these are a few points which I thought I'd, pen down before, because these are important points from India's perspective, because India has to look at China as a major threat. Like they have this BRI, which they have, that border road initiative, which they have taken, right? That is going from one particular country to the other country, including India, POK, which is passing through that and ending up at the Gawal port over there in Karachi. So we have to look at it from a strategical point of view. How can we counter all these things? Probably we would need more think tanks to get down into it. I doubt, of course, the government would have already thought of this as a thought process. They would have done. They would have think tanks into the system so that they are able to counter it. But the biggest threat for us is China as of now. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Very insightful discussion and your points which you have highlighted. And in fact, I would say like he has brought out of the sanction that you're not getting the chips. And also, I would also like to highlight with the present kind of geopolitics, which is the kind of enmity which is there, the government's sponsored cyber attacks are also taking place in some in the enemy countries. So that is also one of the things. So I would like to ask Ms. Jyotsna regarding all these kind of threats because of which are emanating due to geopolitical situation. It has a tremendous impact on your clients, on the stakeholders. How will you deal with it? How will you explain it to them that security is like Kumar Saab always says, protecting the profit. You're not expenditure. The ROI is in a different manner. You're protecting the losses. So how will you explain? How will you communicate all these things?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Most important is the information. So the best and so as a service provider, if we have to serve our clients, so the most important thing which we have to give is to share the information to them. We have to be transparent in whatever updates we get, whatever information we are getting it, trying to get certain assessments, suspicious assessments from different places. Be transparent, provide a customized solutions, customized assessment, customized information which is required with regards to in updating my clients or updating the because every client has a different information, different set of requirement, and we have to customize the solution for them, and then the detailed risk assessment has to be done for the places, and along with that the document needs to be prepared, help them to provide these kind of data, and as and when required, support them in getting certain sanctions or certain licensing with regards to giving it to that kind of support which I feel we as a service provider can provide.
Absolutely right. We have to go deliberately. We got to explain it to the client what kind of threats are there, and then only one by one all the points are covered. Then only they'll understand. At times they yes, नहीं ठीक है, आदमी लग गए बहुत है.
No.
And we got to
Customized solution is the way what I think. Right?
And we got to be, as we have been talking, proactive. क्योंकि अगर सांप निकल गया बाद में लाठी मारते रहे तो कोई फायदा नहीं है.
And timely information, yeah.
So being proactive. Saurav, I'm coming to you now. Is how can security business balance proactive risk management with the need to respond rapidly to sudden geopolitical changes? You see, 7th October happened all of a sudden. Israel was in a shock. They never thought of that this can happen in spite of all the high-tech fence and everything in place. So what kind of initiatives security businesses take today to strengthen their resilience against geopolitical risk? These kinds of sudden things, sudden developments which can take place. Yes, Saurabh.
Thank you. So there's again a very interesting question and something which I'm very fond of, closer to my heart as a consultant per se. The good side over here is that in the recent past, if we look at, let's go back till pandemic, not beyond, so 3 to 5 years window, we've seen a lot of dynamic changes across the world, right? I mean, of course, locally here, but also outside. And the interesting thing is that obviously, like we always keep saying, it's not about guns, guards, gates kind of a situation. It is more about what each person innovates, how you look at the problem differently. And each of us as human beings, perceive the same problem differently because it's a different set of eye that we put on it. Now, interestingly, I think for me, in my personal opinion, is that there is now a necessity more than ever before that we start looking at how the innovation can come about. And it's not about just saying that change is inevitable, but it's about embracing that change. It's about how quickly you can adapt to a particular changing situation. And it all starts with going back to the drawing board. You start with your planning. We keep talking about terms like, tabletop exercises, mock drills, things like that. There was an era where people would only talk about, a checkbox exercise where you do a fire drill and you stop with that. It's good to see that industries have advanced a lot. And I think, in my opinion, to build this proactive resilience, it has to start with embracing the change, firstly. Then you get to the drawing board, you plan. And when you plan, you don't discount any scenario. You rather want to club the scenarios, typically, like we call a business impact analysis. So you want to club these multiple scenarios together and see what commons exist. Once you have your commons drawn out, then you'll also be able to perceive the impact of that risk and to the extent that it's going to, come and impact your organization. So it could be that the commons are only 20%, which is fine, but it could also be that the commons are 80%, which is a cause for concern. So it will differ business to businesses. So you do your planning. Once you've finished your planning, then you strategize how you want to respond to that. And I think a critical element of this is empowering the person on ground to be able to make a decision, which I think, again, most organizations are not very comfortable doing. And I think the onus lies on us as security businesses to give them back that comfort, saying that, okay, if you ask us to take a decision, even my guard, a security guard who's probably a semi-skilled worker standing at the gate, knows that this is the 3 steps that he's going to do when a particular incident or activity takes place. And that sends back the confidence into the system. Once you have that, then the obvious next step is testing it. And unfortunately, there's no shortcut to the testing part of it, because the more you practice it, the more repeatability comes, and the stronger you get in responding to it the next time. I mean, going back to your example of the snake and trying to beat it. I mean, 10 times you see a snake, probably 9 times you'll run away. The 10th time you'll say, okay, let me attempt something. But it should become the contrary, saying, okay, let me attempt all 10 times. Maybe I'll fail once, but that's fine. Maybe I'll fail all 10 times, that's fine, but I have to attempt. So I think, it's from embracing change, planning, instilling confidence, and then practice, and practice, till you are confident and everyone is confident of your skills and capabilities as an individual and collectively as an organization. I'll add 2 other quick points here. One is collaboration. It's not just about you independently operating, but it's about you taking all the stakeholders together, not just internal, but also external. It could be your neighbors, it could be other organizations in the business, it could be government machinery, any of them. And the last, most importantly, is the legal and finance aspects, because whatever actions you take are going to have a repercussion which is going to be far beyond what you have just initiated or delivered at a particular point, right? And you want to be prepared for it. I mean, it's not about what's right or wrong, but it's about how well you're prepared to tackle another change or another wave of a potential geopolitical impact or any such change that dynamically presents itself. Thank you.
Wonderful. Was very well covered. In fact, there are many things you have highlighted, and the kind of changes, and we got to be prepared, and the organization has to be ready. And I mean, besides geopolitical, the technology is also advancing so much, that changing so fast. We got to remain prepared for that. That is also, we can say, because of the geopolitical situation, the people work on the research and development, and we see that a lot of drone warfare and different kinds of warfares have come up. So it also has a impact. We got to be prepared. Now, what he has brought out, that the organizations have to be ready. And also we got to think of the, I would also like to highlight here from Kumar Saab that Agniveers are available. We have a trained manpower. Only thing required is a brand building of our organization, so that we have to start thinking of global. Why the MNC should come to India? Why not Indian security companies become MNCs and provide the security across the globe? The kind of requirement, the kind of need which is there because of geopolitical situation, we can think of that. And that is where probably, Arvinder, your organization ACES has been training people. They're focusing on the training, they're focusing on the certification, they're very stringent. So how do you see that geopolitical landscape, that security business should be prepared in next 5 to 10 years?
But like our times has been up, will not take much time. So I would like to add here, as Mahatma Gandhi said once, that future depends on what we do today. So in the similar way, we have to prepare ourselves also. All the our service provider, all the security industry has to prepare accordingly. So I will take a very basic example which we have been faced in the past, our global pandemic. Everybody has gone through that time. The moment pandemic happened, nobody was ready what we have to do on ground. Our big industries, MNCs, IT companies, everybody was has no idea what action has to be taken because nobody was aware that this situation is going to be long lasting for almost 2 years. So that time everybody has done their own arrangements at the building only, at their location only. He tried to stop by giving some extra money or anything to the guards and security officers, to everybody, so that they can secure their buildings and equipments. So I think this is a major challenge. We have to learn from this lesson, and the companies has to be ready. What steps should be taken in case the similar situation happens in future as well? So in my view, this is very critical. Coming to the next point, as you can see, there is a changing in the climate also. It's globally changing. So we have to work on that also. Everybody has to work on that, that how and we can provide a comfort to our security personnel who are deployed at the building so that they can perform their duties as per the expectations of the client. This is one of the most critical, because today you can see in the Gurgaon also recently a notification has been issued by the DM as well, that the people who are working outside, there are certain things has to be fulfilled by the clients. So we have to be prepared for those things also. Coming to next thing, the changes in the political side also. We can see there are many protests happens in India anywhere, anytime. You cannot predict that. So we have to be prepared for that also, that our supply chain should not be hampered due to these kind of protests in anywhere. So that we have to find out the way also. And very interestingly, recently I was fortunate to be part of one of the roundtable conference conducted by the Lancers. So that time, one of the point was raised, one of the security professional, that how we can predict if any problem is going to become, like now, right now we are dependent on the WhatsApp groups. It's very good that all the security professionals are the part of those groups, and they get the real time updates also regarding any situation. If any problem comes up in Bangalore, Mumbai, or anywhere, we get the real time updates. But now point is this, how we can do things on our own. So for that, I think data analytics is very important. We have to collect the data. We have to review it. Somebody, any agency, we can take initiative, as CAPSI takes initiative every time. And basis on that, the reports can be launched. Yes, ASS International launched such kind of reports also, but that is a global reports. But if we talk about basis on our NCR and India, that should be happened at the local level also. So these are the few points from my side, General Sir, which can be taken care by the service providers in future to making the future and building secure and safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you, for giving very insightful views, a lot of information. And in case there are any questions, we can take on, or we can take on during drinks because time is already up.
That was quite an interesting session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our venerated panelist and the chair for diligently curating the session, enlightening us with their knowledge on the topic of geopolitics on security business. As we have set the stage for our next addresser, I would request the humble presence of Mr. Gurpavan Singh, President, RRS Consulting, to talk on the topic of future of risk management and system securities. So can we have Sir with a huge round of applause here with us? And we really appreciate his humble presence to take the session forward. I repeat, Mr. Gurpavan Singh, please join us here on stage. Wonderful. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir here? And I'm sure he's going to share very interesting pointers on risk management and security systems. So please bear with us. Put your phones on silent mode. Thank you.
Cryptocurrency is engaged in it. So very soon, this is the world which will be ruling. And if you're not there, if you don't know what it is, if you know how to tame it, that's a disadvantage you're all going to live. Another thing which is happening is, and I'm sure you all have noticed, technology's shelf life has reduced tremendously. Earlier, the new technology used to come in, it will have a survival period of sometime decades. Television coming in, great. Color television, few decades. Then color television with the tube, few decades. Now, almost every 2 years, if a new technology of color television is not coming in, countries like Japan, there is no color television which will be sold. So they came with HD, then 4K, then 10K. They're making things so fine, brighter things, and they make it psychologically look so bad for you that if you don't have the latest one, almost you're not surviving, or you're from an ancient age. So that's where I'm just giving example of television, but same thing is happening for the analytics. Same thing is happening for even behavior analytics using AI. Same thing is happening within the CCTV world. So the technology shelf life is really reduced, and in this virtual world and everything that is moving so fast is going to be tremendously impacting all of us, how we assess the risk and how we use the technology. From here, maybe, I know, rather than being too much of a monologue, let me give you a task of spotting the differences. But I don't want you to spot differences here. I want you to spot differences in the impact you're having in your security lives or risk management lives already. What are the major changes you're looking at? Do we have a spare mic that we can also make audience speak about it? I'm sure everybody is great professional in the room. Anything you want to comment that maybe 3 years back I was thinking this, but it's not relevant anymore. Or 10 years back I was doing this, but things have changed so much that it's becoming difficult to even have the same thought process. I welcome anybody who wants to comment on it. Yeah, please. Just say your name and then your comments.
Hi, I'm Anirudh Kumar Tiwari, and I work for United Nations Development Program. And the difference which I'm seeing in this security safety world, from my experience, is that now earlier we used to have security professionals, security guards, but now if you want a real security, real safety, you have to include everyone, all the stakeholders. So once my chief was asking that how you going to secure these 1,000 people in your campus? The only answer is that when everybody like participate, then only you can have. So that difference I'm saying that now everybody is more aware, more involved towards their own security.
Well, thanks. That's a great point. But see the lessons out of it. If the chiefs are worried about security, the reason being, it's impacting far more than it was impacting 40 years back, 30 years back. Earlier, if you look at even the largest cloth mill, the only problem they'll have possibly is industrial relation, IR. Security was not such a challenge. Supply chains were not such a challenge, but now today they are. And another aspect is because of the security impacting so much, but another aspect is that the way risk and security is now being treated, it's got multiple aspects. The risk is not emerging naturally. There is too much of attack on you posed as a natural risk, whether it's a competition warfare or a lot of things like those. Anybody else, any additional points? We have Colonel Bhatia at the end. If mic can be given to her. Oh, sir, please. Colonel Bhatia after.
Yeah, that's working now. I'm Colonel Shakti Rana. I'm a veteran, and I worked for Nokia for about 17 years. The difference which I see now is the technology which is coming in. And if we don't keep up with the pace which the technology is coming, like the example which you just gave, that we have those tubed televisions now and then HD, 4K and all that. So the same impact is happening in our field also. And if we don't exploit the technology which we have at hand now, we would be missing the train. And the mindset has to change. I think that AI and the technology is the turning point now.
No, sure, sir. Thank you so much. And I can vouch Colonel Rana always has been one of the very dynamic leaders who have moved with far more speed than even his organization. That much I can vouch. But thanks for those comments. We'll have just comments from Kalbati and then we'll maybe progress on this. Yeah.
Hello. So I'll just add to this only that now a security guard has to be a, uh, tech savvy, a guard who is standing, especially at reception, right? Or anywhere, in fact. Nowadays, because of the integrated security being there in all premises, any organization where these guards are deployed, gone are the days that they can manage a premises with that danda or something like that. They have to be tech savvy because even they are being monitored via the guard security management software. One, this is very big change which is happening. So any individual who's coming, whether it will be Agniveer who will be taking the transition towards corporate, he has to be tech savvy, sir. Secondly, sir, I am as my name was there, I am from Hatfield. Investigation is also taking a big change because security professionals also have to
Sir, restrict to my session risk assessment. Don't go outside it.
Sir,
Thank you so much.
So this is related to risk assessment only, sir. Why? Because once you are carrying out any, investigating any incident, sir, the even investigators also have to be a little more tech savvy now, sir.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. So yes, very, very relevant points again, sir. But maybe even at the sort of foolishness of mine to speak in a room where I see more physical security professional and less overall risk managers, I'm still saying that one of the biggest impact that we're having, and that's the spotting of difference we all need to do. Physical security every next day is becoming easy to identify, easy to mitigate. That means your brain is going to become irrelevant because technology is going to take over. Who was attacked on cyber? Who was attacked on my reputation? Who has attacked on my supply chain is extremely difficult to identify and is impacting more than physical security. You will find your business leaders are going to regularly talk in that language. And that is something which we all need to upgrade ourselves as professionals. As service providers, you need to plug that gaps. If you don't do it, somebody else will. And considering today Business World session, I thought I should also be creative. So we all have heard of the codec movement. If you don't mutate and evolve, obviously codec movement, that codec doesn't exist in the shape it was, being one time the largest company. And I would like to compare us security professional from the ancient time of the largest, strongest beast we had. We will reach a dinosaur movement. If as professionals, we are not ready to understand the risk in technology right now, we will have our own dinosaur movement very, very soon. And believe me, I say this with concern, and I made that statement earlier also, some of us are missing this. And we are a collective industry. And like I said, if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. It's a need. It's not going to happen that if you're not going to fulfill it, nobody's going to do it. There are no people who are waiting for the opportunity. You guys have been the leader till now because the risks were under your domain. Now risks are evolving. If your services are not, you'll hand over baton to somebody else. So our dinosaur movement is not far away, but as professionals, we must go to the next stage, and that's what. Also, when I need to talk about the security technology, I just thought at least showing one data, which is linked to the commercial security systems, and look at where the world is. Look at how many billions of dollars are going to get added every year. And this is data which is official in nature, and this is data which is only talking about commercial security system. If I see security the way I see it, right from the country's security, whether you need missiles and the aircrafts, or even if you need CCTVs at homeland, if you really combine all that, this becomes few trillions. So that's the industry we are part of. And if you look at the total size of other traditional industries, it's not of this growth size at all. And we are one geography when we definitely talk about we are among the world's largest, but please be sensitive to the fact that where are you in terms of per capita GDP. The expenditure on things like security is not done from the total bucket, it's from the per capita GDP point of view, where we are more than 100. So when we say that now we have in top fives and top fours purchase power parity index, that doesn't become we become a rich nation. It's just that the sheer volume we have, 1.4 billion. If everybody is making $100, you become the highest. But others are making $10,000. So how much they can spend on security, you can imagine. And most of this money is actually there, not in India. So that's my message on overall risk assessment and the security technology, the way it's shaping. My humble appeal that let's mutate, let's evolve, and let's not get our dinosaur movement coming soon. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to take. Thank you so much. Do we have time for questions or we skip? The smile says skip. Thank you. Here.
I do have to say this was one of the most interactive sessions indeed, and the way Sir really connected with each and every one of you was quite commendable. Can we have a round of applause for Sir here? Moving forward to our next keynote address, which is again on a very interesting topic, changing nature of corporate security and the impact of AI. Well, this is going to be interesting. So let's welcome, with a round of applause, of course, Captain Sanjay Sharma, CSO Wipro, to kindly come forward and guide us on this amazing topic relative to the impact of AI in our data world and, of course, on security as whole. So let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you so much for that very warm welcome. And I would like to thank Business World for creating this amazing opportunity and providing a platform to come here and share my experience with you, especially, a forum where such learned and experienced professionals from the same domain are sitting. I really don't know whether I can do justice to this topic. My experiences may or may not match yours, but I'm here to share some of my thoughts with you into a domain. We spoke a lot on private security, smart city security, and here is something I would like to tell from an end user perspective, the view on corporate security. How many people in this room are actually from a team which is managing the corporate security department in a company? Very few. Okay, no worries. So corporate security transformation is, in a nutshell, a new definition that it's a technologically advanced and financially informed practice. That is the new definition of corporate security. So the days of, just being, guarding assets and information, this is how I perceive the new definition of corporate security. And why I say so is because a lot is changing in terms of the attitude of business in transforming security function from a pure, cost center approach, where security was being seen as a function which was only consuming money and an essential, item of corporate that should be there. It's transforming to a business value hub, and CSOs and corporate security teams have a big role to play to see that this goes further and, it becomes a business function of value. So how we do it is that we deliver smart outcomes when we deliver services to our business units, to our employees, or if we are a client-facing business, then also to our clients. I come from the ITS sector, so our business is client-facing. I manage around 1,400 plus clients, top clients from the global order, and also, a large employee base. So in India alone, we have 200,000 employees operating across large campuses and another 50,000 outside India. So we deliver speed of response in terms of any security deliverables or projects that line up our way or any events that come up our way in terms of management of this operation of corporate security. We ensure that there is a better asset utilization, both in terms of people as well as in terms of assets that we deploy to manage security on the IoT side, the application side, databases, and deliver efficiency, or even outsource contracts for that matter. And finally, end up contributing to building corporate resilience to see that in time of difficulty, we are able to navigate the organization to success. So that's the first shift that is happening in corporate world. Why this is happening now, this slide explains that. Primarily, there are three triggers. One, any security incident has a very high speed of impact, especially if it's of global order or a regional order. We heard about geopolitics. I'll touch a little bit on that. But whatever we are seeing in the ecosystem in terms of how the security environment is changing, the speed of impact is very, very high. Second, of course, is the severity of consequences. We heard about airport security, how the consequences of an attack can really, reform the way security is managed in the country or, in such vital installations. So severity of consequences, both on the cyber side as well as on the physical side. So you see both, icon of the lock there, which represents the cyber and a building. So it's quite a converged, consequence management. And last, of course, is the high time to recover. So the time to recovery when there is an incident of global order and which is ongoing and unresting, like the crisis in the Middle East and how we manage operation in that part of the world, the time to recover can be high in some cases. So these three triggers are guiding the total, transformation of the view on corporate security by managements and business leaders. Now, the risk landscape, as the corporate looks at it, is also transforming a lot. So first, of course, the threat itself is changing its nature. It's now more cyber physical. So anything happening in the cyber world has a direct physical impact. We've seen many such cases. And, geopolitical shifts are also adding up to this. So whatever attraction we have seen in terms of Europe or in Middle East or in other parts of the world, that is driving the adjustment to the risk landscape by corporate security function and also the enterprise risk management functions. Of course, there is a new element now of deep fake, and coupled with it is the artificial intelligence side. We heard Gary speak a little about artificial intelligence basics in terms of how this is shaping lives and impacting lives. But these two risks are new nuances. Corporate will be struggling initially because these are new age risks, how to deal with them. We are already seeing, examples of cases where deep fake videos, morphing voice and images of individual leading into financial losses. Earlier we had a CEO, scam, and now we have a CFO scam. So we just had an incident which was in the print media where $25 million was siphoned off in a meeting where the CEO's voice and image was morphed, and the deep fake technology using AI was used, and someone connected to a person to move the funds, and everybody in that meeting was a deep fake, except for the person who was transacting. So that is the nature of threat that is changing on the corporate side. And, the finance departments are really, worried about such digital impersonation. So, but I am sure that the speakers in the next session on panel will touch upon this and, enlighten you more on this new age risks. Functional changes. So corporate has to, also adjust and adapt to the change that is taking place in the environment. It can't be very traditional hierarchical security functions the way it used to be. So what is changing effectively for corporate security is, number one, is the span of work for corporate security units. So the duty chart or the job description of a corporate security manager or a CSO or his team members is changing drastically. They are supposed to handle risks, response at a global scale, technology, whatever they are managing, cyber risk, physical risk. They must understand the language of a CISO, a general counsel, HR manager, business unit, and also the ERM, and should be able to converse in their language with them. So there is a lot of adaptation that the security leaders have to undergo to manage the corporate to success. And that is why the BCM involvement or the crisis management involvement or the technology management involvement is adding up to these roles. in terms of physical security professionals. And the speed at which you will adapt, the better delivery you can give. So what is changing truly to make this change effective is that organizations are transforming their org structures from very hierarchical structures to very metric structures. I'll give you some example from my organization in terms of how we handle this, changes to the org structure. So we created 4 center of excellence within the physical security unit. One deals with geopolitical security risk and analysis, and the command center operation and the geopolitical analysts and teams coming from international affairs background come and work in this stream. These are not mostly from military, but from the civil stream. Young people who have knowledge in this and who can do deep research and writings. Second, of course, is the physical security systems and operational technology. So we use a lot of applications because being an IT company or generally, the world is changing. So a lot of management of security duties is getting automated. A lot of applications are getting deployed. And that is how the command centers work. They integrate systems, physical access system with CCTV system, and in turn with intrusion systems and other systems as well. So we need experts to manage this and also recommend changes to the technology and upgrade system, because most of this system is an ecosystem of IoTs. For example, we manage around 20,000 IoTs. And we need to know whether the password changes to each IoT is taking to a disciplined order or there is a vulnerability. So there is a cyber element which will sit as a subset under this COE to see that the cyber defense on IoTs is also well addressed and taken care of. The next part is being a client-facing organization and, regulated function, where a lot of even the private security legislation is talking of 9 labor legislations in the schedule. Apart from that, when you operate the business at global level, the nature of regulations or ISO standards that we adopt or the customer demands on various contracts, whether it is contract compliance or a standard compliance or a legislation compliance, and of course, it is added up with a audit, which can be in an internal audit or an external audit or even a client-led audit. So we manage all of that at a very high scale. And that is why we created a center of excellence, which looks at response to RFPs, management of the contracts in terms of how the customer has demanded security, and also, the standard that need to be followed for them. Last, of course, is the 4th center of excellence, which looks at the program governance. So the policy side, the procedure adjustment, there's a lot of dynamism in the environment, especially around data privacy, where the Indian legislation has also enacted the DPDP Act on similar lines as GDPR. So the legislative compliance requirements around program governance on personal data protection, again, is evolving, even in the Indian context. CCTV, of course, Captain Tyagi brought about that there is no legislation on the CCTV side in India. But I am saying even if there is no external legislation available from the government, we should have internal procedure and policy to regulate that. And that's where, the expertise of a program governance unit comes into picture to shape corporate policy, procedure, risk standard, and, take the program to success and also shape the KPI governance model in terms of what is that you're monitoring as a KPI for this function. And of course, 2 of the units are operative units, which you see in the blue and green. One is the physical security operations. This is basically the teams on ground, the foot on ground in the campus, security managers in campuses or facilities, and their connected teams. And last, of course, is the on-site services, because when you operate a very large business, enterprise security, you cannot have a very large team, manage that. It'll only eat up into structural costs. So a lot of services end up, getting outsourced to multiple providers, similar to guarding services. We have taken 3 big on-site services. So one is, of course, guarding services, where we use private security agencies to deliver guard services. Second is embedded resources. So this is a new concept. You cannot hold whole team on the payroll. So we go to risk consulting companies to embed resources to do essential shift duties or location security duties, control room operator duties, and likewise. And last, of course, is the maintenance cycle, because when we deploy large amount of IoT in campuses, which are of, large order of nearly taking around 20,000 employees on an average in a campus. So the IoT demand on us is very high. And consequently, the management of IoT to see that we deliver a very high uptime to our customers and make security efficient is also very high. So putting the on-site maintenance service under contracts is again a big item for us. So those are three services which are managed in parts by units and by operation teams jointly. Now, there are also operational changes that the corporate security team has to adjust to. First, if you're operating a global business and you're operating in multiple countries, you should have systems which are well integrated. You cannot have too much of fragmented system because your management of that system will get very, very complex. And the interplay between various systems or your command center software will take a hit. So we should prefer that most physical security application and systems undergo a integration, and as far as possible, they remain connected with each other. Second, of course, is the predictive analysis and forecast. So when you run such large IoTs, the alarm quantum is also very, very high, because every door will generate alarm. Every camera will also generate alarm. The fence, the intrusion system will also generate the alarm. And there could be many more subsystem alarms. So how do you keep pace with alarm management with a small team, keeping function lean, and at the same time intelligently managing all the alarms? And this is where the tech comes and plays a role in terms of how your capability has been developed to see how you can forecast the alarm, how you can analyze the alarm and make corrections. So if one door is giving, say, 1,000 alarms in a month, I think you need to address the door on priority. So this analytics actually help us get to that data and reduce the false alarm rate or, the alarms which are not, real. And also give us a prediction in terms of what to expect next month or what to expect over the next 6 months by door, by device, by campus. So predictive analysis and forecasting is very, very important when we have to manage a function which is tech oriented and, with the type of delivery that we have in mind. Of course, the third part is the cyber defense around IoTs. This is very, very important. And this is an item which has typically been neglected across companies and also by CISOs or, the IT companies which are managing or even physical security professionals, ERM function, that this aspect somehow has remained very, very neglected in the industry. But the threat is changing, so it's triggering a cyber defense to be created. Segregation of networks between production networks and the security networks, putting firewall around the security network, carrying out vulnerability assessments on these systems, how you onboard a system, how do you do firmware upgrade, how do you do patch upgrade, and how do you do, password changes, and, the access control around access to these devices between various people that have access to these devices. So again, a big project in itself in terms of how we manage the cyber defense around connected devices. And I think this is an item which any security professional should look at very, very seriously. And last, of course, I touched a little bit on this, that security function is consuming a lot of data. There is a visitor system, there is an employee access system, there is a camera system, and there is biometrics, a lot of sensitive data coming from biometrics. So how do we regulate the complete protection around personal data, which is PII? How do we filter out PII and how do we, manage still, which is essential PII? So control around that on encryption, how do we store, management of databases, what type of policies archive them, all of that stuff is part and parcel of the operational change that is driving, the changes in the way corporate security manage themselves. Now, we spoke about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, again, is in its little infancy in terms of adoption in physical security domain. It may be there in bits and parts, but this is coming big time, and most organizations are focusing on, upgrading their capability, including us, to look at more and more AI being consumed by physical security domain. It starts with camera basics, where the AI can deliver a lot of, decisions. We've already deployed a couple of use cases in our company.
in terms of crowd detection, wrong direction movement of vehicles in a parking area, static stationary vehicle in the driveway, you know, how you sense heat through camera in a server room. So many things, and how you deliver alerts and response when such alerts take place. So combination of AI predictive analysis helps us with that. Behavior analytics, I think one speaker spoke about behavior analytics. This is again new thing. How do you do behavior profiling? And it ultimately adds up to prediction of what to expect by the employee behavior and how the behavior will cause an alarm to get generated due to behavioral issues of individuals. Most of the time, apart from the carpentry issues or the device or the network issues, most alarms will get generated in large transaction sites primarily because of employee behavior or contractor behavior or visitor behavior. So I think it's very, very important to keep an eye on this using tech to manage this aspect. Cybersecurity, I've already touched that. Of course, the impact is that you should use element of cybersecurity for cyber defense and management of cybersecurity issues. And AI, has both coins. One in the hands of good people can help you, respond better and address risk. And second, of course, in the hands of adversary, it can really cause havoc. So it sits on the dividing wall of both sides. But there is an element of cybersecurity which physical security professionals should be fully conversant and aware of. So cyber awareness of physical security professionals is very, very important, and I'll say it's unavoidable these days. Incident detection and response is another area for use cases on AI. Some examples I've already given, that when these incidents are there, how do we throw an alert into the mailbox, connect with other system, and make use of this information. AI models training. So training is another area where AI can be used to use simulated data and carry out training. I'll touch a little bit on slide further. And of course, reduction of false alarms. I've already covered this. And data privacy security, I've already briefed on this one. But these all three use cases also find a lot of involvement of AI to eliminate and automate activities which you are doing manually. Benefits. Now, some of the benefits of all this change, one, of course, is improved efficiency. So security functions become much more efficient, both on cost and resources utilization. It becomes efficient technologically and also, in terms of execution. Advanced threat protection. So I've indicated how predictive analysis help with that. And this predictive analysis can be deployed in n number of areas, not only on how you predict alarms, but even if you are doing a geopolitical event monitoring and your command centers are equipped with that, you can apply advanced threat protection on trending on even geopolitics, that how an incident is taking place in a particular geography and what to expect. It'll take some time for machine to do deep learning and learn with a lot of data, and then, ultimately stand and deliver outcomes. Skill development, again, a very, very important element that because of this change, the complete skill ecospace of people in corporate security function, there is no choice but to upgrade and reskill or upskill them. So they are getting upgraded by virtue of change in the environment. Defining roles. So the roles are changing. As I said, I'll give you some definition of how the role of a corporate physical security members of the team are changing and what are the new roles that are getting created because of the technology change in the environment, the way we manage things. And of course, cost optimization. When you use higher grade technology, you have better capability to make decisions and reduce cost, as against a manual system where you are struggling with data and every time you have to do analysis, you will consume large number of man hours, which a computer can do at the click of a button. So very, very important to see that how we do an extraction of data analytics to do smart decisions and faster decisions. So this helps there in ultimately, delivering a cost optimization. Some opportunities before PSAs also, consulting organizations, new business in these areas because of the change, which I thought I should highlight here. One, of course, you can get into spaces like security monitoring services because every organization may not have capacity to have large teams and they can outsource this. Some organizations have created capability here. But how much of that has yielded success, I don't know. Maybe in some forum, it'll be good to understand what is the success rate of such facilities, because there will be a resistance in co-sharing information and outsourcing that information. So how IT is able to support that, I really don't know. But it'll be good to hear somewhere on this item. Second, of course, is cybersecurity managed services. IT does it big way, but I think it's time that the threat coming on the IoT environment, companies which are into hard physical security domain look at this service as an additional layer in their business enterprise. Data services, we manage large databases. So how they can play a role in management of databases and the interplay of databases for various services. Because corporate will use the same database for multiple services. For example, access control data can be used for attendance services, right? In some cases, it can be used for food services, likewise. So how do you do management of data services? Cloud services, because most of the application now going on cloud, whether it is the access control application, CCTV, of course, is a complex one on the cloud, especially if you have large amount of data being stored, easier and cheaper to store on-prem than in the cloud. But yes, people should get into this new opportunity of cloud services. It will be a business advantage for companies getting into this domain. Now coming on something called generative AI. This is the buzzword nowadays, that generative AI, right? How many people use ChatGPT, OpenAI platform? How many people know what is the full form of ChatGPT? Yeah? Sorry? General purpose technology. No. Generative pre-transformer trainer, right? And chat, because it is playing with text, it generates text. And there will be soon image GPT and video GPT. And I think there is already pilot happening by OpenAI only for video GPT. So make sure that, how can you use generative AI in a physical security domain? There's a new thing. And if you can really fast forward think and adopt this practice, you will be the leader in this. So here I touch three things in the virtual space. One is synthetic training data. Now, what is synthetic training data? Anybody from IT who has heard this word? Nobody? Okay. Synthetic training data is artificial data, which looks very similar to real, right? But is used to simulate things, and a scenario or a situation without making use of the real data. So you create data to train an application to generate a scenario, right? That scenario then is called simulation, right? How do you simulate a threat on the campus or on a device or in the command center or create a new geopolitical situation, even if it is non-existing, and train yourself, right? So that is simulation. And of course, all of this helps optimize your performance. So then it comes to system optimization. How do you optimize performance? And this can easily be connected in use cases to the physical security domain. It is not the baby of only IT domain that they generate a cyber attack on production systems. I mean, the exposure on physical security connected IoTs on cyber attacks is no different from business network. It is identical in nature. Impact may vary a little bit, but it is identical in nature in terms of protection and in terms of treatment and also in terms of response. So, but there will be use cases which you can make use of in this space. Next item is, of course, predictive modeling. So as I said, you can do a lot of prediction. So when you simulate scenarios, you can also predict using this technology and data that what to expect, how to deal with it. It can even do predictive response. So it all depends on how and to what limit you want to use this technology. Generative adversarial networks. How many people have heard of this GAN? Okay, can you say what is this GAN? Okay, so quite close, but it's very close to something like deep fake, I'll say, right? Because what it does, it will read a lot of images, like, so like if in the family there are, 4 sons to a father, look very identical, and he has a 5th one, which also looks identical, but all of them are unique in terms of something or the other, right? So GAN can generate before delivery a 6th person's image. right? That how to play with images and generate something which is from an ecosystem of images. So one of those use cases. So it can have an impact directly on facial recognition technology used by physical security domain and that technology. It can also have an impact on biometrics that we use in this system. So it's very important to have knowledge about this and how this interplays with your applications and how you can actually use it in the physical security domain, especially system integrators and developers. We have any system integrators in the room from system integration companies? So I think if you do R&D effectively, this is a food for thought for you, that you should look at R&D into GAN capabilities, especially in the physical security domain. Anomaly detection is another one. So detecting, false versus real. How do you detect anomaly? How do you match use cases and, generate an output from using the AI capability, which is generative in nature. And last, of course, is the privacy protection, where you can use the generative capability to add to, your protection layers so that, segregate and, manage this aspect as well. Risks. All of this tech is not free. It comes with risks. First, of course, is the cybersecurity issues with connected networks and data. And if you see the bottom below, there is a cost of doing it. It doesn't come for free. If you say, okay, I want to deploy a application to safeguard the network versus, few guards to, safeguard a campus, there'll be huge difference in the cost, right? So cyber things are very expensive. So if you have to do this, there'll be a higher cost of managing this risk, and that you should be prepared for. Privacy issues, I have touched that, of course, if the data privacy in a corporate is not managed well and there are leakages, then it will lead to reputational risks on that corporation. So again, the two connected issues. Third, of course, while we talk AI and AI, someone is developing AI and we are using AI, but someone must analyze how good or bad that AI is. Does it consume bad data or does it consume good data? And whether it will do accurate predictions or it will give you wrong decisions. So AI bias is another item. When software developers write codes for AI, that data, what data is being trained on, is very, very important to see that the system does not have AI bias. You should have systems. Otherwise, you will have lot of false positives and less real data despite a AI thing coming in. So very, very important to analyze what type of data it is consuming and calling itself a AI-led application. Last, of course, the regulatory compliance, which, as I said, DPDP Act soon be implemented with rules getting notified. And of course, GDPR is already existing, and even in some other countries, privacy laws are existing. So the compliance standard to these type of laws, if there is a breach, the penal action is very, very severe. Like the Indian legislation I'll touch here, which is maybe of interest to you. The DPDP Act provides for 250 crore rupees of penalty on data breach. The GDPR provides for 4% of revenue as the penalty, or $20 million, whichever is higher, I guess that's the word. So make sure the data privacy aspects when you're consuming so much of private data is well addressed as part of corporate governance function. And last, of course, job displacement. So if you're using a lot of tech, then what happens is there's a lot of slackness in people. So you should safeguard against that, because men must still be effective and contribute and should not be fully slave to a application or a computer system. New roles, these are some of my innovation. I thought food for thought, that a corporate physical security function will get into new roles, right? So yeah, this is the last slide. So like AI specialists, data analytics, and the list is here. Some companies have some roles embedded, and some must further evolve and bring this to order into their org structures. Then you will have a road which is well created for future. Otherwise, it will still be struggling for solution or depending on someone, and you will not get full bandwidth. You will only get small market share of other support functions time. So it's very, very important to build capability in your structures to address, because the scope of function, as I said, has changed a lot. With that, I think I come to the end of whatever I had to say and share. If there are any questions, I can take one or two and then end it. Okay, great. I think either I was super clear or Thank you for that.
What an amazing session was that. I, for one, thoroughly enjoyed it. And one pointer that I would like to say for Sir in the closing would be that one of the most striking ways AI has actually transformed, the security business is through predictive analysis, right? Now, the traditional security systems were reactive. So, responding to the instances which occurred, right? But with AI, driven security systems can predict potential threats already, and we have a solution already for it. So that's quite something. So a round of applause for Sir here, please. Moving forward, we do have a panel discussion on a very interesting topic, cybersecurity and privacy, striking the balance. The chair for the session is Colonel Indrajit Barar, CEO, Vara Technology. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. Let's have a round of applause for him. With our panelists in tow, Advocate Anuj Agarwal, Chairman Center for Research on Crime and Cyber Law, Veena Gupta, Founder MD SEAM Risk Solutions India, Major General Dr. Pavan Anand, AVSM Retired, Director MIGS Global Consulting, Distinguished Fellow USI of India, and last but not the least, Garima Goswami, Co-Founder and CEO, Trij Security International. Can you have a round of applause for the lady here? I would request the chair of the session, Colonel Indrajit sir, to kindly take it forward. Thank you so much.
So, good evening, everyone. Last session for the day, and it's very difficult. I think people who are outside, they should come in and listen to it. It's because it's going to concern them more than anything. And if they're out, they're missing it out, right? So that's what I have guest gathering with me who are distinguished panelists. But before we talk of the cybersecurity and data privacy, we have been talking of data privacy since evening, and we are talking of data, right? And everybody talks of data, they say, where's my data? What, all those things. And data privacy has been a buzzword. But what's your data? Anyone? I want to keep it interactive because last session, very difficult to moderate as well. So we don't want to be monologue. So what's your data? Anyone? All answers are right. Just say, what's your data? Any information in the term, if you can elaborate, that's too broad. Okay. And anybody else? If you can break it down to granular level, I think that will be very great. We call it, yes. Emails. Okay. That's what we all talk of the data in the form of your emails or your normal office data, right? Anybody else? Not public. So we have two categories of data. One is a personal identifiable data and non-personal identifiable data, which identifies me. And data is what? Your data is your voice today, your face, your photograph, your video kind of thing. And also what could be your data? Everybody talks of metaverse today, that's what a buzzword again, second technology. Your eye movement is your data. Your eyebrows are your data. Your skin is your data. Your heart is your data, right? Eye dilation is your data. And even your movement of your hands is your data. So if you look at this kind of data and we have to really do a privacy about it, is it easy? Anyone? Yes, no? The audience, either we agree or we disagree, right? Fully agree, sir. Wonderful. So voice is data. And all the companies who are there, they try to do only three things on you. One is either they want to monetize you, manipulate you, or, monitor you. And that's what is all happening. And in today's panel, we're going to be talking of two major issues. Though we have a paucity of time, I think we try to do the justice in the next 30 minutes, 27 minutes to be very precise. The cybersecurity of how we're going to safeguard this data against the data which I have told you. And it's not going to be very easy. And I'll put my questions to the panelists who are there and we'll take it further. So we have Anuj, how this Data Privacy Act, which we already been talking of, I will not elaborate that, is really helping us, looking into these particular aspect of the data privacy.
Good evening. This new law, which was formed after quite a bit of deliberation in this country, is actually a bit draconian, that it does not distinguish between any kind of a sensitive data and data. So anything and everything becomes a data. So your phone number, which is you are happily sharing with everybody else in this hall, you can claim tomorrow that it is being violated or breached. So this is slightly unique as far as the whole world data privacy regulations are concerned. But looking at the individuals, it is very, very important that we have to have this kind of a law in this country. We had been waiting since the Puttaswamy judgment in 2017, I believe. And quite a bit of drafts came and went by. And finally, this law is there. Somebody mentioned 250 crores is a penalty. Earlier, actually, it was criminal offense also. But fortunately, and by the lobbying by the big tech or the data colonizers, it is no more a offense in this country, but it's still a civil wrong is there. And a very interesting part is that if you make a false complaint, you will be fined for 10,000 rupees. So very unique features in this law and much awaited. And we are all looking for the rules to be published. And this will be very, very useful for individuals to claim privacy over their data. So far, many high courts, especially Delhi High Court, has declared in many cases that data is not only a private item, but everybody has got a right to recall. So something which has gone into the public domain, it still remains the right of the individual to recall that data. So your life remains a private domain. So for that, all these reasons, this is a very important piece of legislation, and we look forward for its full implementation.
Thank you, Dr. Anuj. And over to General Anand. And you're all aware of the OpenAI, and that's what we are talking about, the Chat GPT, right? And there are already noise about the data, intellectual property right violations which are happening. There are lots of writers who are complaining about their data being available with the Chat GPT, right? Whenever they are searching that. And yesterday itself, the OpenAI, they published a threat intelligence report. It's a very interesting, I'll not put it that it's authenticated, it's uncorroborated. It was on the Twitter, to which the Minister of IT also commented. It says that the Indian elections were being tampered by an Israeli firm, right? And they were, kind of manipulating the tweets. They were manipulating the post in the favor of Congress and denouncing BJP. So it's within the columns, it's uncorroborated. Let's see how it really shapes up. But this is the OpenAI PDF threat intelligence report in the public already there, right? So the privacy of this kind of thing, that is how the OpenAI picks up all the, and what Captain Sanjay was also bringing up, the Chat GPT, how you have the LLM, the large language model, really working. So General Anand, I think you can throw the light on how the privacy is really becoming a problem with the OpenAI coming in. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Indrajit. I think AI, very nicely brought out by Sanjay, has really revolutionized everything that we're doing today in the last, about 3 to 4 years. The Puttaswamy judgment came in about 2017. The first draft of DPDP came in 2018. From 2018 till now, it's taken us 6-7 years to begin an act. But AI has come in within 2 to 3 years. So that's how fast things are changing. And if you're not agile, not only in how we catch on to where the problem lies, but also on bringing in regulation and then enforcing it, I think we are really going to be in a outward spiral. So as OpenAI comes in, do we even realize how much of data we are feeding into it without without even thinking about it. The first thing that you agree, the agreements that you put into it when you log into your OpenAI is that you are allowing a lot of data that you are now sending out in terms of prompts and questions to be recorded and kept with them. If you were to ask OpenAI as to, do you have a memory of what all I've asked? It's going to say yes. Is it confidential to me? Maybe. So it may or may not be confidential to you. Let me assure you, it can be used by them anywhere, anytime, without your consent. If you want your consent to be inserted into it, there has to be a regulation. And I'm sure Anuj will go by it. Even our DPDP Act, which we have brought in over here, what enforcement capability does it have if my data is being used on the United States in a firm in the United States? So if my data is not onshore, it is offshore, there is nobody who can stop them from using my data. So that is the extent to which we are getting compromised. How are we going to keep a check on it? We have to find technological means to keep a check on it, besides, of course, regulation and enforcement. So as far as we are concerned today, if we don't come up with our own data storages, if we don't come up with our own open AIs, which so many people are trying to create, and it's not too costly, I think we are all heading for a data crash coming in the future. So there's a lot of business which I think we would be seeing coming up if we are able to bring up and invest in these kind of softwares, in these kind of platforms that, I mean, one of them could very well be setting up our own cloud. We could have private clouds within industry itself. So a big company perhaps is already creating its own cloud, keeping its own databases so that they're secure. So this is not to scare us all off from OpenAI. I think OpenAI is a massive tool that we have in our hands today. It has to be done with a level of awareness. Today, it will tell you what design system you need to do if I give it the correct prompts for Wipro for your security. But it will also tell another person how to get through that system as well, sir. So today, if ChatGPT 4o Omni has capability to do both, who's going to use it for what with the data available? That's the moot question. I'll close here.
Yep. Thank you, sir, on a very pertinent point. And we just want to get a bit more deeper of deep fake and the deep voice, which we all talk of. And how's a deep voice being created? Anyone? We're talking of deep fake, deep voice. How's a deep voice being created? Anyone? I just want to keep the minds tickling so that let's make it interesting. It's as simple as that. Vikram sir's videos are there on the, yeah, please. Perfect. Vikram sir's videos are there on the social media all over, right? And I put a prompt saying that 5 best videos of Vikram sir. Okay. It will list me out the 5 best videos. Now I tell, which is the best line which has been spoken by him. It will create a line and give it to me. Now I prompt and tell him, I have to say that I'm Vikram Singh. I'm stuck in a traffic. Can you help me? Now it's going to create that video, and in an MP3 format, it will give it to you. What you're going to do is you're going to spoof the number of Vikram Singh ji and send a message to his assistant in the morning and tell him that I'm stuck at the airport. I need you to do a certain thing. And then he shuts on the call. And then he types saying that, just transfer 5 lakh rupees to so-and-so because it's required. What is the assistant going to do? Transfer the fund. When he meets him, because when he or she, listens to him, it's his call, his voice. Can she deny it? No. This is what is a deep fake, which is all happening. Second is, we already saw the case of Rashmika Mandana deep fakes, which have been made. And earlier time, we used to require 5,000 photographs to make a deep fake. With the open AI coming up, you require just 1 photograph to create a deep fake. And that's what is a problem when I spoke of the data privacy. Even single photograph of you, and I can make that photograph talk what? The same voice which he or she is in. And the same kind of eye movement looking so real. Over to Veena, who's going to be telling us about the women's safety, which is so very important with the deepfakes really coming up and manipulation of the deepfakes and how the data privacy. You know, from the women's safety point of view, I think you can throw the light. I will come to you. I have the different.
Thank you, Colonel Jeet. So aren't we scared? We are talking about data, it's going here, there, where is going. So we all are scared. Well, I think data protection is very important for everyone, but it can be especially very crucial for women when we talk about women's safety, because women are the people who are more on they're more prone shopping. So starting from the shopping, grocery, household budget handling, they're watching movie, going swiping credit cards, under CCTV surveillance, going to visit somebody, then giving their information, Aadhaar card. So everything has been exposed. So especially our mothers, I think you can relate, like our moms, they watch any kind of videos, they download anything. And when we download things, we always allow. We don't even see what are the privacy. And when they're loner, they watch and they order. And even if you're not at home, they'll call their neighbor or some servant, can you just download this for me? Can you do this for me? And I want to give few example, like very relevant example. Recently, Supreme Court has passed a judgment allowing all the state making a law for abortion. Now think about it, when it will happen, so the government agency, they will have a right to take the data from the doctors and from the relevant laboratory or the places. So where my data is going, you're not sure. So you will have a minor girls, you have a unmarried, you have a married couple, everybody. Now we were talking about DPTP. I think DPTP yet has not given any possibility, and I think there is a possibility maybe the government agency may be exempted by not touching upon and using this data. So as of now, it's so complicated. And I'll give you another example. There's an app, like women can relate, like thanks to AI, we have many apps. So we have another app which called Flow, which gives the data for the birth control, pregnancy, your periods, your date, your cycle, your marriage status, everything is there. Now, for everybody, there's another app, which is Strava, health app. And there was a report that they were under scrutiny because the data has been leaked, and it was military and like troops data has been leaked through that app, because this is the GPS location sharing app, which is globally being used, and million of social community, which is the cyclist and bicyclist and the runner group, they use this. So suppose I am running so many kilometers, so it has a pattern that I started at 5:30 and then I started at this much of time. So everybody knows that 5:30 I was out of my home. And then I can give you a couple of, many more relevance, like, okay, talk about these women's safety apps. Women's safety apps, there's the government apps. How can women's safety apps sharing location enhance your women's safety? Because you've already shared the location. While going into a cab, you're sharing your location. Now, who's handling those location? Who's handling the data? So there's always a third party risk, which we are always under risk. And then I think if we talk about kids, human trafficking. So data is going everywhere. We are not safe. Who's using our data? And day and night. So I think they are all the gentlemen. I'm not saying that you will be on dating app, but then when you check your app, there are thousands of dating apps. You name anything and you download sometime. It's not necessarily like, you download for a different purpose, but maybe sometime for like, Bumble is meant for the networking, you made friends through friends. So you download those apps and it always asks, privacy. It always asks allow, and you do allow because you have no other choice. And while swiping your credit card and using free Wi-Fi, many of us, you go out. How many of you don't use free Wi-Fi when you traveling somewhere else out of India? You do use or you don't do use? When you know it, so many, I'm talking majority of people, when they're traveling abroad, maximum time they use free Wi-Fi for using the communication ways and etc. We download local apps, maybe the metro, and recent case, the Lyft. It's an American app, and it's like equivalent to Uber. So it says like there was a data, like, while sharing cab, the co-passenger could found the another, like, for a woman, and he reached out to her and he has sent her messages. Now tell me, if you have an account, By chance, if you're wearing your t-shirt which has your company very prominent logo, do you think I can reach out to your email? Is it easy? Yeah, it says your website and you just say Veena Gupta @ blah blah blah. So he reached out to her through the email. He sent her the email and it was a fake email. So I think I can go on and on since we have very limited time. So I would say like we need lots of clarity in DPTP Act. We need lots of information. We need lots of empowerment. We need lots of training, and especially our senior citizen, our mothers. We need to tell them, and especially our girls. And look at the family, look at the parents, like small child. 3 years child, she has all the access to any kind of videos, YouTube videos. खाना भी खाना है तो videos देख के ही खाना है. So I think information is very very important, and we are the one who are sharing every information on the net. We are everywhere. Social media, we can't live without it, but yes, we have to be very smart how we have to use it, knowing the data privacy. And even like when you're going to the, and I think that we are a security professional, we have to tell our guards when we are giving the SOPs, we have to educate them whether you should click the picture. If they're clicking the picture for the visitor management, where they're saving it, they're clicking those picture on their personal mobile, are we sure that they are not using somewhere else? So I think there are many things which is very relevant. I will just sum up with this.
So thank you, Veena. I think very pertinent point, and you raise a point of risk, which is here, and this is a very wide open place. And while you talk of the data privacy, the risks are plenty, and there is no one point solution which can be given right now. And it's a point of discussion. And over to Garima, who's working on identifying the deep fakes, and that's where she comes from a lot of technical background of building up a detection system. So over to you, Garima.
Yeah, actually, first of all, I'm privileged to be on this panel, and everybody is so senior than me. So I might not be able to contribute much, but I have made a little attempt. So in the market today, we have, if you look at courses, free courses, Udemy courses, you have a lot of courses on deepfake creation, but very few courses, or I think next to none on deepfake detection. So identifying that there is a gap in terms of knowledge enhancement. I offered trainings on deepfake detection, and luckily we have come up with a detector. Now, the detector works on the principle of liveliness, detecting the liveliness of a person. Usually, so far there are a lot of detectors which actually, you can use them post a crisis or post an incident, right? But the detector which we have, we can actually use it during a live video conference. So if there's a live video conference going on, let's say somebody is giving an exam, and an imposter is sitting with a mask, a deep fake mask. So the detector will be able to establish whether that student is the one who's supposed to give the exam or not. So that is something which, and as Pavan sir said, that the DPDP Act, it took a lot of time, and deepfakes are going on a much faster pace. So one thing which Colonel Barara also mentioned is that it is very easy to create a deepfake, and the Act does not cover everything. So for instance, I can make if I make any YouTube videos or if I blog something, that information is not covered by the DPDP Act. And anybody would probably just need 10 minutes of my data in order to create a synthetic voice, and then use text to speech to get me to say anything, you know. Yeah. I was just about to come to that. And when the laws, with respect to the laws of, there are no specific laws pertaining to deepfake, although IT Act 66E, 66D, 67. So I'm right about the
Yes,
sections. Yeah, those are the ones which can be used to, prosecute cases with respect to any deepfake, but we don't really even have a special law with respect to deepfake technology. So that's it.
Thank you very much. I think, and congrats to you for building up a detector. We are just 7 minutes short, so I will go to the last round. And over to you, Dr. Anuj, for one key point which you want to convey to the audience as regards the data privacy is concerned. What should they be concerned about?
Data privacy, basically, we are sharing our own data. Now, then we are complaining. We all know that deepfakes can be created using our own video or audio. So there is no need to announce to the whole world that I'm going to Shimla with my wife of 7 years, and for this and that and everything. How much you love to her or not, that is immaterial to the whole world because they have their own problems already. So I think as far as the law is concerned, law is definitely giving you a complete right and control over your data. In fact, in the DPDP Act, even after your data, how it will be treated, there is a provision there that after death, the data becomes inheritable. But probably we all need to enjoy our life when we are alive. After death, पता नहीं क्या होता है, कौन कहाँ जाता है, उसका कुछ पता नहीं चलता है, केवल कहते ही हैं. तो इसलिए we need to be careful while we are sharing our data. Of course, law is very much there. And if there is a misuse, of course, courts have been in this country enforcing fundamental rights zealously and against the governments, state governments, central government. So it is very much there. But one should be careful while sharing the personal data. And in case of any difficulty, the lawyers are there. So I'm there. So you can take my number. And I'm taking everybody to task. The high courts are open even during the recess. छुट्टियां नहीं है बिल्कुल भी. 3 बेंच चल रही हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, 2 बेंच चल रही हैं दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में. तो ये गलत खबर है कि छुट्टियां हैं. हम लोग बिल्कुल ड्रेस में हैं, तैयार हैं और 24/7 काम कर रहे हैं फंडामेंटल राइट्स को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए. प्राइवेसी हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड बाय ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट एज द फंडामेंटल राइट इन दिस कंट्री. तो चिंता की कोई बात नहीं है. बाकी ये थोड़ा प्यार व्यार जो है वो घर में ही करें, उसको सोशल मीडिया से बचा के. थैंक यू.
What do you, sir, your views on the data privacy?
So I think Anuj has really elaborated quite well on the privacy part on our private lives. But just a thought that I can leave with everyone is about the data security of businesses. I think we're sitting on a bit of a bomb. I don't want to sound like a doomsdayer, but we are heading towards that. The amount of ransomware, the amount of ransom that is being paid out today is all hidden. Nobody is talking about it. We sitting here are the ones who are supposed to protect them, perhaps, from paying those ransoms. Can we build up that awareness, a greater awareness amongst the CEOs, amongst the founders of big companies, amongst the key personnel, key management personnel of all organizations, that they need to protect themselves a little better. Otherwise, we will find small businesses and big businesses bellying up and going bankrupt. This could very well happen in a big way, more so as non-state actors begin to become more and more active. So I think we need to build up that awareness, and it has to start from this room, and it has to percolate up very quickly.
Thank you, sir. And a very pertinent point of ransomware. Everybody talks of AI. AI is all leveraging on data, and that's where is the most important. And the integrity of the data is the most important. The privacy of that data is very important. And everybody talks of the good part of the AI. Has anybody spoken of data poisoning any conference? Anyone? That's a bigger animal than even when you can think of AI altogether. Right. So that's the area which is there. So over to you, Veena, for your remarks on this.
So I would say summer holidays are on. Thieves are looking for you. Don't post anything on social media. I've seen many women, many of us actually. We do post my ticket, my flight ticket, even sometimes we post our, what do you call that? Boarding card, itinerary, and say, oh, going for a holiday, spending time with family, Goa, etc., etc. So do not post that. First of all, thieves are there. Don't post, oh, I got a jewelry from my husband on my anniversary, etc. Then you have a thief at home. So you have to be very careful what you're posting on social media, especially with the kids. Many times we post, oh, happy birthday to my small child, he's wearing nice dress. So whatever you're posting gets stored on that company who's handling the data. So you really don't know who's collecting that data, and it's a big business. The people who are collecting data, they're getting richer day by day, and we are the stupid, sorry to say, including me. We share the data, and we are the one who are sharing data by using AI, by using app, by doing shopping, by going, hey, why, whatever we are doing, we are the one who are responsible for this. I would say training and awareness is very, very important. Don't get confused in IT Act and DPTP Act. It's just like you have to be very, very careful. Just understand data protection is your human right and just go for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you touched upon very, very important points. Yeah, Garima, over to you.
So well, I would like to say that it is very important to know, detect whether if you have been hacked or not, if your data has been leaked or not. So, for instance, while it is, Ravina is absolutely right that you have to be very careful about what you post online, and so is Anuj has made the same point. But if I can, get to know your GPS location by simply, asking you to click on a link. Right, there is something called IP logger. I can create a short link and I can get to know your GPS coordinates. So it is very, very important for us to also protect our devices. In order to protect our devices, there are certain codes which actually can be very helpful. So, for instance, star hash 061 hash is something which you can use to check your IMEI number, and you can then check it, cross check it with your phone with your IMEI number on your phone. If it is different, then you've probably been hacked. Similarly, you can there are different codes for checking your last SIM update. There are codes for checking GPS spoofing. GPS spoofing is something I think nobody has spoken about in this particular conference. Now, it is actually very dangerous because by GPS spoofing, what happens is that you are actually manipulating the GPS coordinates, and it can have an impact on national security. It can have an impact on aviation sector. It can have an impact on transport safety. So, even to check whether your GPS has been spoofed with respect to your phone, you can use a code which is hash 1472365 double hash. So, it is very, very important to keep to be very careful about what you're sharing, but it is equally important to keep your devices safe and keep on detecting and keep on figuring out if there's something which has been compromised or not.
Thank you very much. Very interesting inputs. So before we close, how many of you are the users of social media? Please raise a hand higher. I'm also a user of social media. Perfect. Whenever you open your app, you see advertisements which are coming up, right? Okay. And you click it, you buy something. And the other question is, what is the valuation of Facebook or valuation of Google, Microsoft? Google and Microsoft are $1 trillion companies. 2 trillion plus is Google. Do they have any product? Yes, no. How many for yes? They got a product?
Yeah, the products.
Do they have the product? They don't have the product. How they become a $2 trillion? Our data is their product. Perfect. So are we the users of social media, Google and all those things? Are we? Yes, still yes. No, you're the product. You're the product. And you see the barcodes on the all whatever you buy today to price. You're the barcode. The more amount of data you're putting in, the more is your value. And that's what is your data, which is being sold every day, like a market, which is like a stock exchange. There's a data aggregator market, which buys your data every day, maybe a $1, 30 cents, 10 cents, depending on your kind of data which you're putting in. So you're no more a user of social media. You are a kind of a product who's being sold on the social media. So with this, I'll take on the questions and thank you for the panelists for such a wonderful points. Yes. Yes, sir.
Like 8 years back, I still keep getting friend requests. Probably we forget as family members that when someone unfortunately expires, what to do about that account, how to close that account.
So practically, there's a methodology of data to be forgotten by all the social media, which we don't activate. Okay. That's a method which you can stop it. And we keep it live, or some of your kin should be able to overtake that particular account. That's another method of doing it, whether you want to, get along with that account or you want to stop it. So that's a methodology which you have to follow. If you're not followed that, that's a problem.
Digital arrest.
Fantastic question. It's a big, longish. Anybody wants to answer the digital arrest? I think lawyer.
What is your
Anuj ji
question
there.
on
Yeah.
digital arrest? You want to understand what it is?
Yes, yes.
See, this is typical hypnotism, nothing else. And life is run by fear as well as greed. And they play it very well. So these are the people who are basically psychologists and the scientists. And they play on the fear that there is a drug in your packet. You very well know there is nobody, your uncle, your chacha ji in Hong Kong, but you are still expecting a parcel from him. Right. You have not sent anything to anybody in Honolulu, but you are still worried that your parcel has been found with a drug there. So I think this is complete nuisance and nonsense. Just remember that something which you have not bought will not come to your home for free, and something which you have not sent will of course not be carried by Blue Dart or FedEx through you. That's the crux of it. If you are still expecting that something will befall from heaven on you, that somebody, a very senior person, very senior retired person, he paid 40 lakh rupees for digital arrest. And then after that, he called me. I said, you already know me. He said, but at that time, they said they are just outside my house. You should have invited them for the tea inside. So please, this is complete psychology, nothing else. Anybody claiming to arrest you, there is a law in this country. Honorable Supreme Court has said that for offenses up to 7 years imprisonment, 41A notice is mandatory. So more or less all cheating, etc., everything which normally a white collar person like sitting here will do is 7 years imprisonment. So 7 days mandatory notice will come to you, and then only you will be arrested. So be assured that no arrest will take place without this 41A notice. And whenever this notice comes, please come to me. I'll get you anticipatory. I'll get you anticipatory bail. Okay.
So Captain Tyagi is actually trying to drop a bomb with the word digital arrest.
That, I also received a call few days back, and where they were saying that you have another number, and there's some kind of a fraud has happened, and we've already blocked this, so you have to pay this. It's okay, whatever you want to do, please do that, because you've been knowing it, being a part of the industry, but these kind of things are happening very frequently.
Actually, the whole thing is they play on your insecurity, and that's the bottom line. If you are insecure and you feel something is going to happen to you, digital arrest is happening. And the story that's going around is that there's this lady who was literally, there was a video conference which was held with her. There was a man sitting in a police thana all around him. He created that environment and made her feel that she's done some criminal act like drugs. And therefore, she ended up transferring money again and again, and transferred a few lakhs, maybe much more. So it's basically an insecurity, and that's happening all the time. You get an SMS which says so and so thing is your numbers are getting, your phone number is going to be disconnected. Your SIM is going to be disconnected. It's playing on your insecurity. You very well know you paid for a package. What's going to happen to your SIM? But a lot of people click on it and a malware comes in or something else happens.
Why are you insecure? Because you don't have a good friend as a lawyer. That is the only problem. If you have a lawyer friend, you're secure, you're safe.
And
It's a fact.
just
A
to add
doctor
on,
and a lawyer is required.
you have to educate your parents, because it's very important. Recently, one of my friend's mother, she got a message that electricity will be cut off if you don't deposit that money. Immediately, she just clicked it, because there were nobody to help her. She just called somebody like, beta isko thoda kar do, and then money has gone. So you really have to educate your parents. That's very important.
Any other question? Yep.
How safe are these dating apps, Jeevan Sati?
I was about to come on that, because I've forgotten that the most corrupted, sorry to say, the sites are dating apps, and not the dating, that matrimonial site. especially the Jeevan Sati, Shadi.com. Even in past, you must have created your profile. Just check, you must be there. And your like photos are floating here and there. So these are like, so whenever you just post your profile or make your profile, you have to be very, very careful. Do your scrutiny, check your information. Because thanks to AI, the minute you make a profile, I was handling recent case, the minute you make a profile, not you as a parents, but your daughter or your son will start getting messages through AI. So I think I always tell people it's very, very unsafe. And most of the young boys who are 20, early, like, 20 to 25, you will find them on dating app, pretending that they are like, a mature guy, and then it's really like unsafe. And widows, and then maybe the married who pretending they're separated to be like, a divorce case is going on. So you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah. Coming back to detection, you can check
I
whether
just
you
want
are.
to say Priyanka is a senior editor with us. I figured out she doesn't have enough work. That's why she's on dating sites. So I'm going to give her 2-3 other magazines to edit.
Okay.
And dating app is
Coming back,
it's up to you how you use it. If you want to use it, what you're really looking for, then you are safe. If you're looking for something else as a male or female, then you'll end up like, putting yourself into trouble.
I think Anurag, she was talking more about cybersecurity, but we've gone into safe men or women. Yeah, cybersecurity wise, it depends what you put into it is what you're losing out on. So you got to be sure what you're putting out is good enough so that it attracts what you're wanting to attract. But at the same time, it's not so good enough that it compromises your data, which you would not like letting loose. So you got to make a very balanced choice.
But coming back to detection, I can say that you can use something called Have I Been Pawned in order to check whether there has been any leak from any app for that matter. You can also do a dark web monitoring report from Google One. And you can also have some software like McAfee, which will tell you whether there have been any breaches. And you can have alerts if there have been any breach. So you can use these tools in order to check whether your data has been breached by anybody. So for instance, a big cascade, Zomato, LinkedIn, data gets breached.
Yeah, there was one question here and one lady. So yeah, please. Yes. You're.
So my question was very specific, and we already have. I'm bad enough. And we already have CRPC with Identification Act 2022, in which police and other law enforcement officials are allowed to collect biometric data with respect to the accused or convicted person. Sir, Colorado on April 17th of this year came up with the modification of Colorado Privacy Act, which has included biological and neural data in it. Do we see something foreseeable or possible for India?
Yes and no.
Okay.
See, so far DPDP is not applicable on the government agencies. There is, of course, it's a beginning. It's a very beginning, but looking forward, we will definitely have something which will cover all the government agencies, maybe 3-4 years down the line.
Thank you. We'll take the last question.
Yes, thank you so much, panelists. There was so much you have shared, and really it is mind opening. But the one thing I want to clarify, we thought that WhatsApp and our emails, they are our private, and we are not sharing any data. Is it right? Or
You're all exposed. Your emails have been read.
Okay.
We have the backdoors to WhatsApp, so nothing is secure.
So
Just
what is
remember
the solution at the end? Because we actually share our pictures and all on
Private
WhatsApp.
things in private only, one-to-one. And whenever you are sharing on the platforms, consider it as a public information. I think you are safe.
Emails and WhatsApp.
Everything, because it's free emails. See, there are paid email apps available. If you really want to maintain your privacy, please go for paid apps. But if there are free apps, for example, Gmail or something, they are definitely being read by whatever agency they are supplying. And it is there in their contract. Please understand, because they are funding it through that only, advertisement. Otherwise, go for the paid apps.
So thank you very much. Really wonderful. I appreciate my panelists. Give them a big round of applause for such a wonderful points what they made in. and especially at 7:45 when we are already there for the cocktails. Late by a couple of minutes, but definitely it was really fun. Moderating this panel and interacting with all the audience and the panelists. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Wow, what a commendable session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our dignitaries here on board? As it said, data is power, and with great power comes great responsibility. So we need to be responsible enough to secure that data, right? Moving forward, we do have something very exciting coming up. So stay tuned for that. I would request the team to kindly clear the stage area. And once again, thank you so much to our panelists and to our chair for curating the session diligently. Thank you. Moving forward, we are delighted to announce the launch of BW Security World magazine, an endeavor by Dr. Anurag Batra along with the BW Security World team. The magazine is the result of dedicated efforts by the contributors to deliver high quality content that underscores the global impact of the security industry. BW Security World, a community of BW Business World's India's leading magazine, initiated this effort to spread awareness and draw attention to private security, digital security, cybersecurity, and real world solutions in the sector. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I will now be requesting the humble presence of our dignitaries here on stage. So आप सभी से दरखास्त है जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से हम उनका इस मंच पर स्वागत करेंगे, अभिनंदन करेंगे. Starting with our Honorable Dr. Anurag Batra, Sir, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World. Let's welcome Dr. Batra with a huge round of applause, please. Before we proceed forward, I would request Dr. Batra to say a few words and address our venerated guest here.
Thank you, Chandni. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. I see lots of special people in the, all of you are special, but lots of special people. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for being here. Though 4 years back, I discussed the police magazine for you. The police site is on for 3.5 years, but in July, we'll launch the police magazine also. And magazines are still read and they're profitable and they're impactful. Thank you, Kuvar Vikram Singh ji. 1.5 years back, I committed to you will launch and it kept getting pushed. So finally it is happening. But I do want to thank a special person who's there. He was sitting with me. That's why. Dakshi, आगे आ जाओ. Backbenchers को ज़्यादा पैसे देने पड़ते हैं. I want to welcome all the leaders from the security industry, my editorial colleagues, our business colleagues, Mr. Harshvardhan is there, Mr. Harbinder Singh Narula is there, Mr. Mohit Chopra is there. I'm told Mr. Rajiv Sharma will join in some time. Mr. Rajayan, thank you for being here. We are missing Colonel Saab, but I'm sure we have a virtual message from him, I believe. Akhilesh ji and Shekha ji, thank you for being here. And I'm sure I'll end up meeting some of you. Tyagi Saab, thank you for being part of all our initiatives. Veena ji, you've been associated with the security world. But when I passed out of business school 28 years back, I met Mr. Harshvardhan. He's there, became my friend. I was a young management graduate. And then he introduced me maybe another year or so to Dakshi. And that time I was doing a job and, really I had not turned an entrepreneur and I started Exchange for Media. But it was always in my mind to start a security magazine. About 10 years back, I discussed with Harshji. Harshji took me to meet Kuvar Vikram Singh ji in his office. And we discussed it then. And for the last 3 years, we were discussing it. And 1.5 years back, we launched the BW Security World site. Thank you, Rajiv ji, for being here. Sir Rajiv Sharma is there. Thank you for being part of it. I just want to say that Dakshi and Harshji were the first 2 people who put this idea in my mind. Sir, thank you for being here. And I'm glad it is happening today. The site has been on for more than 17 months, and there is a daily newsletter. It's a daily site. We are not, as I've always said, we are not in the business of magazines, website, events. We do all of them. We are in the business of building communities through content and audiences. And that can be in YouTube channel, which Shilpa has promised to launch soon, the magazine, the site, and again in the main BW Business World magazine, which is in the 45th year. In September, it started 45th year. We'll also cover security. And I would say this is a magazine dedicated to security. And Mr. Jain, while we were coming up in the lift, he said, police ke liye alag or security ke liye alag. I said, yes, because they are very different domains. There are overlaps, but they're different domains. The focus of the magazine is this industry. So broadly, it's in the professional outsourced services industry. While we focus on the security domain, police is separate. Mohit is launching a facilities editorial platform. So this will be a quarterly magazine, once in 3 months. So this is a May, June, April, May, June issue. It came out about 10, 12 days, maybe 2 weeks back. It's on all stands. So while it's a business to business magazine, it is on stands. And of course, digitally, we are daily. And I just want to express my gratitude. We want to be able to make sure that we do content which is of some value to each of the stakeholder, while we take from you in form of content, but we are able to put out content that adds some value. So this is what it is. I don't want to stand between you and the other experts that are here and the leaders of the security world, so to say. It's a start, but hopefully, as I said, this year we'll do events in Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Ahmedabad. We don't want it to be a Delhi-centric phenomena. Of course, Delhi is the capital of the country, and it is the most important policy making, let's say, place. But I think security is needed by everyone, and as we heard, the power of cybersecurity. Shilpa is launching a cybersecurity conference. He's been working on it for a month or so, and now that she has a little bit more time, she'll be able to work on that cybersecurity conference. The July issue will hit stands by 10th of July. So we'll be July, August, September, and then the October, November, December JFM issue. So 4 print issues, daily site, the BW Security World 40 under 40, the BW Security World annual conference, and we'll collaborate with CAPSI and other shareholders, stakeholders, to be able to build a community that is representative of what this domain is all about. And my gratitude to all of you who've been part of this journey and made this happen. We'll unveil the magazine, but tonight we did the conference from 3 p.m. We thought it would be very, very hot. It was hot, but it was less hot than a normal day. And in the evening, it's very pleasant. And basically, the conference was done to be able to get some content for the site and to contextualize what we are doing today to be able to launch the physical product. When I see a magazine was going into print and they ended up showing me the cover, I changed things. But in hindsight, it could have been even better. But the fact we are doing it is of a certain quality. And rather than me saying anything about it, we'd love to improve in the areas that you think we can improve in. At some stage, we'd like to launch it in MENA in the next 18 months, take our security conference to Dubai and the MENA region. That's what I have to say. Tonight's cocktail and dinner is gracefully sponsored by Group 4. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I know you had a bereavement in the family a couple of weeks back. You lost your mother. I'm sure she's blessing you from heaven. So thank you for making it in spite of that. And that's it. I don't have much more to say. Thank you to everyone. And this is just the start. Whatever promises we've made as a company or as individuals that represent the company, whether it's Harshji or Shilpa or Mohit, I'm sure we'll be able to take them forward. We have good intent. We have your wholehearted support. And most importantly, we have a great team. And the magazine has really been edited and brought in by Shilpa. So give Shilpa a big round of applause. She works very, very hard. Mohit has multiple things to do. He's contributed to the security magazine, and me and Harshji do meetings with them Generally, if, they need a co-head or something, but really, Harshji and really Mohit and Shilpa have worked on it. So please give them a big round of applause. My colleagues Priyanka, who's a sub-editor, she's worked on the editing of the magazine. And I'm sure all of my colleagues, Ruhail is there, there are other colleagues from the business side have contributed to it. So kudos to you and gratitude to you. Wish you luck. And I'm sure we'll launch the magazine and then have a conversation outside over drinks. I've had already 5 drinks before I came here, 3 in the office, 2 at IIC. It was mango ampanna, right? And that's not a joke, sir. I did drink 5 of those, and that's why I'm doing okay. Give Chandni a big round of applause. I met Chandni. Rohel introduced me to Chandni some 6-7 years back. And I remember the last event we were doing 2-3 years back got cancelled. Mr. Vinod Gupta's event, right? The Imperial event. Yes, you don't remember, but I have a quizzer's memory. So I was worried you are an anchor today. I hope the event goes okay. But I think it's gone okay. So thank you, Chandni, for hosting it. I'm sure you've done a good job. Please give Chandni also a big round of applause. Back to Chandni and the formal launch.
Looks like I can't be candid anymore. Huh? All right, then. Well, a round of applause for Dr. Batra for setting the tone for the event here. I would say tough times don't last, but tough people do. And bulk of the people who are sitting in this room are visionaries, leaders, and the most vibrant minds I have had the pleasure to interact with here today. So round of applause for all of you for being part and parcel of today's event. To take this forward, we embark on a new journey as we are delighted to announce the launch of BW Security World magazine. This endeavor is going to be grand, and it is a vision towards something new, something vibrant. And of course, when we talk about security, we talk about data. It is the need of the hour with the Gen X technology in tow, right? So moving forward, throughout the day, we had the pleasure to sit through different sessions related to digital security, cyber security, real world solutions that had to be inculcated in response to the challenges we face nowadays. So this magazine is going to be a beacon of creating a vibe where everybody can connect with when we talk about security and the need of security in today's world. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again request our humble dignitaries to join us here on the stage to take the lead forward. I would be requesting the humble presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Sir, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, to join me here on stage one more time. Let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please. Another one of our dignitaries here who's a special guest, Mr. Rajiv Jain, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए भी. Welcome, sir, with utmost respect and gratitude. Thank you so much time from your busy schedule to be part of the event here today. Next, we would like to call upon Professor Harsh Vardhan, sir, CEO, BW Security World. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Mr. Mohit Chopra, Vice President, BW Business World. Most welcome, sir. Please come forward. We do have the honor to welcome Mr. Rajiv Sharma, sir, from G4S. So, जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं sir के लिए. He has been kind enough to take out time and be part of this event. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today. Next, we would like to call upon Brigadier Ranjan Oberoi from the non-group. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं sir के लिए. I would also like the humble presence of Gurpavin Singh, Sir, President, Iris Consulting, to please join us here on stage. And I would also like to call Daksha Bhardwaj and Kumar Vikram Singh to join us here for the ceremony. Please join us here on this, and Shilpa, of course. Shilpa, please join us in.
How are you?
Thank you for coming in here today. I will now request all the guests to kindly place your eyes onto the LED screen in front of you as we play the launch AV. Can we please have the AV now? Wow, spectacular indeed. I would request the dignitaries to kindly now step forward and begin the ceremony now. And of course, I would request our wonderful, lovely audience. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट कम नहीं होनी चाहिए. Please, the louder you clap, the more of your good wishes and blessings are going to reach us here today. Can we please have the copy of the magazine here as well? I would request the dignitaries to kindly hold one each for the photo op. I would request our dignitaries to kindly step forward for the photo op now. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you so much. I would humbly request our dignitaries to kindly take a seat. We do have something special coming up.
I request, again, I edit 27 magazines. What's on the cover is my favorite part. And looking at the cover is my favorite part. I can only tell you when Mohit and Shilpa showed me the cover, it had that, that wand, whatever it's called, magic wand. I said, that's very like 20 years behind. We're talking of electronic security, we're talking of facial recognition. So, and then they had a black color. I mean, I like black. A lot of you are wearing black. It looks good on some people, right? But I said, it has to look vibrant for somebody to pick it up. And so we have really, I did call Mr. R.K. Sinha of SIS, and he's in Patna. But he'll be back on the fourth night. He was not in Delhi, but I would say between Mr. Sinha, his son, Mr. Rituraj Sinha, Mr. Rajesh Sharma, and Mr. Manjeet Rajayan, I think these are the topmost people in this domain. So we had to start with people who really inspire other people, who built organizations and institutions that have an impact to set the right tone. So Mr. Manjeet Rajayan, we have a video from him. I'm sure it was played during the day. If not, we'll play it now. And we have had the good pleasure of having Mr. Rajiv Sharma, who's the country MD of Group 4, and he is known to all of you. But since we have him, we'll get him to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my apologies for not being able to make it on time here. And it was very unfortunate. It happens, but I lost my mother on the 13th of May. So we had some rituals today in the evening at home, which were to end at 6 o'clock in the evening. So because of which I expressed my inability to come here and be a speaker in front of you and be part of this event this afternoon. I had communicated to Shilpa, I had communicated to Mohit, Dr. Batra was aware, Harsh was aware. Most of you may not have been aware, but my sincere apologies for not being able to come here on time and talk to you. It's always a great honor to be part of Business World. And it's not that this is my first time that I am standing here and talking in front of you. There have been many events, many occasions where I've spoken on behalf of Business World, on behalf of the security industry and the fraternity. It gives me immense pleasure to see the way this industry has grown in this country over the last 3 decades. I myself have been part of this industry for almost about 2 decades now, more than 1.5, about 17 years. And when I look at people sitting in this room, many of you are very familiar faces. We cross our roads every day. Somewhere or the other, we meet either at a customer event, or we meet at a customer premises, or we meet at any of the security-related events. Harsh is a person that I have known him since I joined this industry. He was the managing director for G4S India. So, and I am sure all of you know that. And when I got into the security industry, my aim was basically to work for G4S. because that was the brand which was the brand in the country at that point of time when I got into this industry. Over the years, many companies have created their own niche and presence in the market. Like Manjeet has done phenomenally well with Peregrine. Anuj is sitting here. Anuj, congratulations. Brigadier Oberoi. Of course, Rituraj Sinha is, everybody knows him. He's more political now. He's been canvassing in Bihar for the last 1.5 months. So I follow his Instagram channel and I get really inspired. I'm also thinking of getting into politics sooner or later. But when will that happen? I really don't know. And Kumar Vikram Singh ji, thank you so much, sir. He has been an inspiration to everybody in the industry today. The security industry, where it is, I think all the credit has to go to Kumar Vikram Singh for conceptualizing, thinking of regularizing this industry in India and bringing it under controlled regime. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. If not for you, I don't think you would have been sitting here today. Okay. And of course, Harvinder, who doesn't know him, he runs SS in India. So there are many prominent, eminent people sitting in this room. I know most of you, I can keep talking about you, but I'll not take much of time. I think we have had a long day here. And of course, before I close, I would like to thank Daksh Bharadwaj, sir. He again has been a great veteran and inspiration to me. And I don't know how many of you know or not, he was on the board of G4S Corporate Services for a very, very long time. And he was a guiding force behind the governance of G4S in India. And his son, Vidur Bharadwaj, is a director and a shareholder of G4S in India. So if you don't know that, it's important. Thank you, sir, for being part of G4S. And thank you for always guiding G4S as a well-wisher of G4S in India. Thank you very much, sir. And I look forward to continue working with you. So, Dr. Batra, congratulations once again. Shilpa, where are you? Can I see you somewhere? Yeah, Shilpa, congratulations. Mohit, congratulations for doing a fantastic job, taking out a brilliant piece of magazine. And I'm sure the magazine will do wonders for business world and for the security industry also and the fraternity. Thank you very much, Dr. Batra. Thank you so much for getting me here this evening. And I wish you have a great time in the evening. Have nice drinks and dinner. Let's connect over drinks and dinner and let's exchange some views. And let's exchange some learnings, what you had this afternoon, which I missed. So thank you very much and have a great evening.
Mr. Rajayan is not there, but Anuj is there. Anuj, few words. The video, yeah, I know we requested. Can we get that video? Okay.
My congratulations and compliments to BW Security on its launch. This congratulation goes to the entire family of business world, especially to my dear friend, Dr. Anurag Batra. Having known the team from BW for a long time, I have no doubts that this venture will be a great success. My company, Peregrine, is truly proud to be associated with BW Security. Best of luck.
Well, that brings us to the end of our event here today. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us for this prestigious occasion. We invite you now to proceed forward for the cocktail and dinner hosted by G4S. And before we end this, I would like to thank our sponsors one more time for their support for the success of today's event. So, भाई उनके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां तो बनती हैं. Our dinner is hosted by G4S. Our event partners are Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Chick Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus, and last but not the least, Impact.com and Pitch. So, thank you once again. This is Anchor Chandni Sehgal signing off for the evening. बस जोरदार तालियां हो जाए यार आप लोगों के लिए. You have been such wonderful audience. And I really hope you all network and connect over drink and dinner. Thank you so much.